Attention, true crime community. True crime community has been infiltrated.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
It's compromised.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
True crime community has been infiltrated.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Yes.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet next to me.
I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
You work in a fucking gym, and you're 45!
Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
I do not want any spies or snitches stuffed to my chest.
I can't contain it, I'm coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer.
What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
So that's the rules, and you can't stick to them. Whatever. Those rules aren't real. You can't stick to them!
Do it my way.
Get ready for the shit show. Smoke them if you got them. Make sure you have your cigarettes. Make sure you have your drinks. Make sure you have all your stuff ready because it's going to be a hell of a day today. Understand me when I say people are fucking sick of this.
I need you again. So stick around. So stick around.
She told her subs and everybody to get ready for the shit show that was going to be put on today. She was well aware of it before it happened. She told you to get your cigarettes, your snacks, and your drinks.
So stick around.
Say that I wasn't including QueenBee, okay? I've said that on every single live. I'm not talking about QueenBee. I'm not talking about QueenBee. Guess what? I was fucking talking about QueenBee.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you'll leave me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you'll leave me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love.
QueenBee, bring information on QueenBee. We're done with QueenBee. QueenBee's in my crosshairs. There's QueenBee's channel. QueenBee thinks she can. But QueenBee is reformed. I bet you QueenBee gets tricked. QueenBee.
Fake PI trash bag bitch is so obsessed with me.
You'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you'll leave me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you'll leave me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love.
QueenBee would think she could.
Anybody at QueenBee show earlier.
We talked about QueenBee and stuff. I didn't listen to QueenBee's.
I heard QueenBee. We got bailing on Salty for QueenBee, and some people not the QueenBee. I don't understand why anybody's afraid of her.
About QueenBee over here on QueenBee.
QueenBee, show her face, show her face, show her face.
That's real rich coming from somebody who wears pantyhose on his face every live.
Don't let go. I know you feel the same. You'll always be my broken love.
Attention, true crime community. True crime community has been infiltrated.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
Is compromised.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
True crime community has been infiltrated.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Yes.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with
what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
You work in a fucking gym, and you're 45!
I do not want.
Hey guys, what's happening? What's happening? Can y'all hear me okay? Or is it messed up? You know how it usually does. I just want to check in and make sure it's working all right. Come on. You can hear me okay? All right, cool. Good deal. So what y'all doing? What's going on? Saturday night shenanigans. What's happening? What in the hell is going on? Better get them twisted up, get them rolled and ready. I'm gonna go put the link in here. Hold on. Just talked. I know that's right, Monroe. Hell to the yeah. What up, Shay Darker? What's happening, my man? What's happening, yo? What's good with you tonight? What's up, Deeps? How you doing, baby? Nathan, what's up? Danny, I see you. What's everybody up to? We said earlier, you guys go, go get in the streets. Go, go check in the YouTube streets, see what's going on. We'll meet back up at 9 or 10 o'clock. Well, here we are. Shit. What y'all get into? What's going down? Anything going down in these YouTube streets? What's going on? PayPal Mal on the loose. Out here trespassing at fucking St. Jude's. Like a damn fool. She's a fucking mess, ain't she? What's up, love?
Oh, not too much. I don't know much about the YouTube streets, but they shot down that Chinese spy balloon, girl.
Oh my God, listen, while YouTube's like burning down to the ground and everything's going on and shit and fucking shit's going nuts, here goes Cinema Shogun just over in his own world talking about the balloon. Fucking
burden of proof too.
DK Pie's like, can we just acknowledge like how, out of the bullshit he is? Like he just, YouTube's like burning down over here and he's just like, you know what I'm saying, going on about this balloon in the air that China sent over and
Yup.
Cracking up. I'm like, what the hell is that? Like, what the hell? How the fuck did it get clear into Montana before they shot it down? I think they was leaving it up just to see what was going on.
Girl, it made it further than Montana. It went down into Kansas and it was over in the Carolinas.
What?
Decided to shoot that bitch down.
Hold on, it didn't get that fucking far, did it? Come on.
You heard me. Yeah, they were just, I don't know.
Shit, they could have been dropping bombs. We wouldn't even know nothing. What the fuck?
Well, I'm glad that didn't happen. But yeah, I mean,
government just let it float around. Fuck it. Come on.
Well, there's been important stuff happening, I guess. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not in charge for a reason, right?
Nathan, actually, I think, you know what? That's not a rude question. I mean, I just, he said, I'm not trying to be rude, but is that House of Williams character a male or female? So she used to be a male and she transitioned to a female. Her driver's license, she claims, now, like I said, I've never seen it, but she claims that her driver's license is female. It says female on there. So I really don't know. Not too sure how that happened or how she got that to change or whatever, but I mean? I'm not sure.
I'm not
That's
sure
why
what the
when your social security number matched, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something I don't know or whatever. It's not my business. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't want to get into all that. But anyhow,
Yeah, I
she
don't
was
know.
a he and then transitioned to a female, and that's just what it is.
Yep, best I know, that's correct. I
Yep.
don't understand what the qualifications are for something like that, but you know, she does say
Well,
that
that's why I said earlier, don't be rude. Don't
Yeah.
be in here, doing the he, this, and you know what I'm saying? I understand
Yes.
people feel the way they feel, and that's fine, but don't be disrespectful in my chat. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, let's
she's
not
out here acting a damn
Oh,
donkey's ass. Like,
yes. Just because they're not respectful doesn't mean that we shouldn't be,
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's the thing that, like, I don't have any issues at all. So you know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am, I sure do. So I saw you listed a whole gang of cases, especially one
Yeah, we got, the Alex Murdaugh case. I need somebody to come fill me in, but usually we have people that come up that know what they're talking about. So we'll just go into that when somebody, you know what I'm saying, pops up or whatever. We'll go over that. We'll get into it. I just haven't had a chance to get caught up on it with all the bullshit going on. You know what I mean? So Brian Koberger, there's updates on that too. Like, not like super big updates or nothing, but I know there's like some shit going on in there that I wanted to talk about and stuff that, you know what I'm saying? Just like going over shit, just catching up. And
didn't they
today is actually Summer's birthday. I don't really want to mix that in with this, but I do want to talk about Don's shenanigans because he's been on these panels. I want to talk about Chris McDonough and his fucking bullshit because I can't stand the motherfucker anyways. But you know what I'm saying? He really pissed me the fuck off the other day, yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
What did he do? I don't know about Is it that bad?
Yeah, Deep said, man, it's a lot. I'm addicted. She's addicted to the case, the Alex Murdaugh case. So if you ain't doing nothing, Deep, so you have to pop up and fill us in with the information.
Yeah, I'm not the girl for
I
that.
think Kate did a new case today. I shared it out, but then I got messages and I don't know anything about this new case, so I don't know if she's gonna come up and talk about it, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. I don't know what's going on, but I know that there's stuff going on in the Facebook groups, and it's like, obviously, I don't know. I really don't know, but
you just know it's some shit, huh?
Yeah, I got some messages, and I seen some comments on Kate's live stream message or her live from earlier, and I'm like, what the hell? You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, Ray Lady Justice? How are you, love?
Hey, just got done with finishing my brief, and see that you're on again with the Murdaugh and Koberger case.
Yeah, I wanted to do some updates. I mean, there's a couple little things going on, so I was gonna, wanted to touch base on that stuff. And the Alex Murdaugh trial, I've been kind of out of the loop the last couple of days because of all the shenanigans with the furniture bullshit. Like that happened, and then the St. Jude stuff happened, and so we've been kind of busy with that stuff the last couple of days. So I wanted to get caught back up with it, and you know what I mean. That just, you know what I'm saying, just kind of catch up on some cases.
I don't really know with Koberger because I had a crazy week too, but on the Murdaugh, I kind of kept up and doing a little bit of my own digging. But before I say anything about that, I want to say, so I jumped in that creators chat for their live today earlier that we were going over earlier.
Oh, yeah.
See that Molly jumped in there and said she's not going to donate to St. Jude's anymore. And some of the other followers of that craziness said the same thing in the chat. And so I would encourage everyone that's listening here. I donated $1,500 today to honor the children, their families, the staff, and the security for really stepping it up and following. And I'm not saying, everyone has different needs, and I'm just giving early this
that's
year.
Really sweet. That is so sweet. I seen somebody earlier in the chat said, well, I'd give you $1,000, Queen. I said, donate it, please donate it.
But yeah, like, the fact that that that
So
they
that's
really, their
amazing.
hearts are in the right place, and you're going to have these clowns say, I'm going to hold my money, I'm going to hold my money, I'm going to hold my money. That was
Yeah,
a
that's
class
ridiculous.
act, a class act by those people. And Marissa, you don't want to give, to St. Jude's anymore. That's on you. You endorse this behavior. And Justice for All, I saw some of your comments in there too. You know what? You're showing your true colors and who you are, and it's not about the children ever, and never has been. It's about you white knighting. So you want to talk about hypocrites, you're all about that. So I just wanted to say that, just to encourage people. Everybody has different means, and I know it's a hard time for everybody right now, but even if it's not donating, maybe just sending an email and saying that you appreciate the security and how they handled it, and putting the children, they put the children and their families and their staff first. And that should really be applauded. So I wanted to say that. And then on the Murdaugh thing, quick transitioning.
Real quick, hold on before you
Go,
transition.
sure.
I agree with you completely, and I really appreciate that you had the means and decided to do that. So thank you, because a lot of people love to do that and just can't. And so I really appreciate you doing that. That's really nice of you.
Yeah. Well, I give when I can and how I can. And so, and I just feel like, an extra act of kindness when people do the right thing and aren't expecting anything is you do what you can. And sometimes, like I said, an email and words are just as effective.
I agree completely. But thank you for doing that and pointing that out. I would not have known otherwise.
Okay, so on Murdaugh, I wanted to say a couple things. I wish B Tim was on, but he can listen, I guess, to the replay. Is so I listened to a lot of it this week, and man, a lot of it was, cell phone records and dynamics with ballistics and guns and all that. And I don't know, up until the first couple of days this week, it's really complicated testimony to follow if you're not mapping out what these expert witnesses are saying. And it's hard. These jurors in that state, they're not allowed, or that judge does not allow them to take notes, and they don't have notebooks, which is really bizarre.
Wow. Do you know if they're going to get a packet at the end of the trial?
Well, no. Well, get a packet of what? They can look at any of the exhibits that have been entered in, but there's, hundreds from each side.
Sometimes they'll be given certain transcripts and stuff. So I was just curious if you knew if they had discussed that at all.
No. Sometimes,
wow.
If the jury comes back and asks for, can we get the testimony of somebody?
Yes,
that's pretty rare. But I saw B Tim
hey,
pop
B
up.
Tim, yes, he's here.
How you doing, guys? What's up? I just was late. I was talking to someone about something.
I'm glad you're here. We're rotten apples over here. Lady Justice wants to speak to you, B Tim.
What do you want to speak to me about? Did I do something wrong? I'm in trouble?
No, I was just talking about I did some thinking and did a little bit of research, but not that would change the facts on my own this week, because I'm conflicted on some of the things that are happening. So I said they did the ballistics, a lot of testimony on ballistics and guns and what they fire and how they fire, and then they did a lot on cell phone records, and they were doing the cell phone records of 4 or 5 different people, and citing lines and dates and times, and then adjustments for the times, because the records aren't the same as what the actual time is in the time zone, and the jurors aren't allowed to take notes. So I, as an educated person, right, that really wants to focus on this, I would have a hard time not taking notes and then looking at the notes and what the point was that they were trying to make, because they took too long. It was too dragged out to get the point that they were trying to make. So I think a lot of what was testified to in terms of the cell phone records and the ballistic part, is going to be Jurors are going to take away one way or another, just kind of what their gut feeling is. But what I wanted to, and then there was the testimony about the financial aspect, and the judge is looking at whether or not he's going to let in the evidence of the financial crimes. Okay. It's a circumstantial case. It's not going too well for the prosecutor.
Give me 1 sec. Somebody was just up here, and I went to go let them on, and they dropped down before I got to see who it was. I'm not sure who.
Hey guys.
I got Ellie up here, but there was someone else with her. There was. There was two in the back. One dropped down as I was pulling Ellie up. I don't know who it was, so I didn't see. Whoever it was, come back up. I'm here. Come back up. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, anyways, when you're looking at the financial crimes, the judge has to decide if it's the prejudicial probative, the 404 issue, and the way that the rule reads, you can bring in some of this evidence to provoke, to give the motive, etc. And I think like the short of the long is in my opinion, is if he lets in all of this financial crime stuff, that he's setting himself up for an appeal, because you let it all in and it's extremely prejudicial. If he lets in just the evidence of being asked the day of the murders, hey, Alec, where's the money from this case? I think that that's probably the appropriate, but to let it all in is overwhelming. And I was intrigued with the testimony about the stealing the client funds, and now know fully what I didn't know a week ago about how he did it by setting up different entities, and then with his referral attorneys funneling money and that whole thing. And so there were people that testified from the law firm about how he had that whole gig going, and then people from the bank that testified about his insider that's already been convicted, of how he was doing things. But the one thing that I wanted to say for like B, Tim, and anyone that was listening last week is I said, insurance coverage, like, that's crazy. Why would he be doing this over insurance? And the thing that they had 2 days before the killings was mediation on the boat case, which is mediation is go try to settle the case. If you can't settle it, then it goes on to the next stage. It wasn't a big enough or compelling thing for me. But what I discovered was that he didn't have insurance. So all of this would be coming out of his pocket. So it is huge.
Yeah.
So what he did was he bought commercial insurance for that boat.
Oh, so basically he was going to be purely liable for all the damages.
So yeah, so he bought a commercial policy for hunting and something else. And I mean, it clearly was a pleasure boat, unless you want to go into the black hole of, was there smuggling going on? And there was some other stuff like not shrimping, there's sliming or something.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Was that a business? But he was using, it's like insuring your vehicle for business purpose. And you're using it for pleasure too. Well, you get, you're better off doing it the other way around. But so what happens is there was a lawsuit, and I didn't understand this either. In federal court, it's called the DEC action to determine if that policy was going to be in effect or not with Philadelphia Insurance Company. And I have some experience with them. So the judge was like super duper 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 clear in the ruling that there's no way, shape, or form that this policy would be triggered for coverage or a defense. So sometimes you might not be covered under your insurance, and the insurance company will take it under, they'll at least have a duty to defend you. And if you find out you're not covered, then you have to indemnify or pay them, something back. But unless that underlying policy on the boat, right, is triggered for coverage, the umbrella policy wasn't triggered. So he's like caught with his pants down 100%. And Man, the kids are known. Both his boys were known for partying, and so was he. Like, I don't know how in the hell or why in the hell anybody would ever do that, but um I have no idea. But that like shifted, not, it doesn't shift me on the facts and what they're coming in, but my way of looking at things is a little bit different. And I wanted to just say that so that people weren't misled or didn't think I didn't know what I was talking about. I'm absolutely shocked that someone like him would not have that covered. And the other, piece that I'm finding is he also didn't have covered, like, his assets aren't in trust, and he was shifting assets and doing that kind of stuff. So man, there's so many rabbit holes with these people, and his relationship with everybody is kind of opportunist. So I don't know what I think on what's going to happen.
Now, do you think that basically it's related to the, that this was some sort of motive for the murder, or and somehow that will be beneficial to bring this in? Or do you think by bringing all this stuff in could lead to a mistrial, like, not a mistrial, but basically an appeals process where they says, well, the jury was prejudiced due to this overwhelming amount of information, like about my client's past misdeed, and made him look really bad, kind of situation?
Well, past misconduct, using that to prove this, misconduct is a little bit different. And the thing is, if you, where I think that the appropriate, if I'm the judge, where I'm cutting it off is I'm cutting it off to around the time frame of the murders, because most of it, actually, the vast majority of it was not uncovered until after the murders, right? But they have enough of, if you do that first part of it, that, he was, the office manager or accountant bookkeeper testified for in-camera review, which, so that the judge knows what the substance of the testimony is going to be. And she could testify that, yeah, this money came in and the secretary alerted me. And so then I called and I double checked this, and then I confronted him and asked him about where's that money, right? And then you could say, did the money, so did he take that money? Or, because you have to get that evidence in through her. He's not going to testify. And she could say, yeah. And whether it's 10 million or it's $500,000, I don't, you know what I mean? I just think if you let it all in, it's too much. I think.
Yeah, because it basically paints, like, it prejudice. It makes him look bad. It goes because, like, you would bring that in just maybe as a motive, or maybe to destroy the guy's credibility. But, like, when he testifies, but you don't want it all in, because of the point it might be too prejudicial, and then eventually, they can say, well, look, they threw all this stuff in and made my client look like a monster when it comes to this. So they kind of use that to, like, make him look bad. And and this is the appeals. I think that should not have gone in, and then they would give him his appeal, basically.
Right. But on the other hand, the problem is, and that's where the defense opened the door with those two witnesses, the two young men that were his son's friends. When they testified, the defense attorney, asked them, which it was a catch-22. I think they did the right thing, but they opened the door. They asked, so, you were around, what was Alec like? Was he, good? What was his relationship like with his son? What was his relationship like with his wife? Did they all hang around as a family? Yada, yada, right? Would he do this? Have you ever seen him? Can you think of any he says, can you think of any reason that he would do something like this? Murder, his wife and his son. Well, you ask something like any reason, right? He went too far.
That opens it up right there to his character.
That's what, any reason opens up on rebuttal about the money. So then the prosecutor asks, well, did you know about this? Did you know about this? Did you know about this?
Yeah, you basically open the door.
He says, no. And the question isn't evidence, but, it's still kind of ringing the bell.
Yeah.
So I think it's a dicey, it's going to be dicey. I think that the judge is going to let some of it in. I think it's really a stretch, and the judge has a prosecutorial bent on him a little bit, because he's not citing state law as the basis of some of the, the cases that he's looking at. He's citing federal law. And that's like that's really reaching. Like if it's a state court, you use state law. If it's a federal court, you use the federal law.
So that'll just go into the next part of the appeal, like if they ever write an appeal.
Well,
'cause
you
most likely,
can use it for like a guidance, but it's not precedent.
yeah.
So I don't know. It's interesting.
So basically, precedent goes for the state law when it comes to the state when the state's doing the criminal
When it's
case.
in a state court.
Right.
Okay.
So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But I can't understand with the bank, him being upside down and tapped out 100% with the bank.
Yeah, because most likely they're going to go. I mean, like I think you know about it. Like, in civil cases, when you lose the case, they go into like, okay, now we're going to damage. We're going to see what assets you have, and they'll go through like a couple of depositions, probably going through the assets of what he has, like houses, property, stuff like that.
They already have all that. They have receivers that were appointed that are, corralling as much money as they can
For the boat?
For the victims, and the son, Buster, settled the claims against him. And they're very, man, I don't want to say crooked, but it's just like all their property transfers. They're not crooked. It's like taking advantage of something that's a transfer from this person to that person to avoid liability or somebody attaching. That's one thing. But even before that, all their properties and their transfers are to avoid taxes.
Well, that's not really a surprise.
Right. So I think that they are legal in the loopholes. And so the settlement with Buster, when they explained how it's being done, and John Marvin, Alex's brother, is the personal representative for Maggie's estate. And Maggie's estate, see, the fact that they have an estate means they didn't have a trust, but Maggie's estate, if she died without a will, he'll get the first 55% of it, and then the rest of it will go to Buster, right?
Yeah.
So, then Alex,
they've already handled all that.
No, that's also.
I hate to interrupt, but
they did not. They didn't handle all that because they're still fighting over even how some of the property transfers.
Right. Can I explain before?
Sure.
Sorry. First, I wanted to ask if I was echoing because it's like a little echo in my ear. So I wanted to make sure I wasn't echoing.
You sound good to me.
Okay, good. What I mean though is they have it already set up through John Marvin with how everything is going to be handled with Maggie's estate. No, not everything is settled. Absolutely not. It's going to be a while before that happens. But where her estate is going is already been determined.
Right. And the receivers are getting some of that.
Yes.
So yeah. So it's just it's really messy. And I guess my question, which is wrong, is the wrong focus, isn't as much now on if he did it, as it is what in the F did he do with all that money? And it's either drugs, or gambling. Those lines go all the way back to smuggling and who he's. I mean, the Mazzell property was owned by somebody who was known for, smuggling, and he owns a bunch of properties with them.
Yeah.
That's the rumors, but it's hard to know. But it is like a lot of money that's like disappearing, Well,
and for a bank, I mean, it's not just the Murdaugh family. You got the bank, was involved, and you have
Palmetto,
the chair of the bank and his son, and I mean, and then you have law enforcement at the time of the boating accident. You had a couple of those sheriffs that showed up at the scene that were represented by the firm. It's just small town.
How could they let in some and not let in everything? Like once they open the door, how could they not let it all in? How could they pick and choose,
Well, there's two different kinds of evidence. So with the two boys that testified, the judge let in that testimony because the boys were testifying, giving character evidence.
Yeah, I understand that part.
That's 403 evidence. But with the 404, with the prejudicial probative and the motive is where he has to, balance it. And the way you can balance it is by limiting how much he lets in. I mean, who knows?
Okay.
Who knows? But I mean, I think
there's just so much to dig through. It seems like how do you let in some of it, and because it's all kind of connected in a weird way,
Yeah, but does it change if it's $500,000 that a lawyer stole from a client or $5 million? Not really.
To me, it would. I'm just 5 million.
So the other part of it is to get all that testimony in. Like you heard testimony from the bookkeeper and, these 2 referral attorneys that were longtime friends of his. Then you're having basically it's a trial on the financial crime.
I know. Yeah.
And so you get where I'm saying, and it extends it for the jury and, even longer. And so you kind of got to weigh all of that as the judge. I'm interested. I don't,
I wonder because they spent like a day and a half on it. It seems like,
Yeah. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't. And it, whether he did it or not, I think there's some major problems in, with the clothes, the guns. It was one of their guns, that could go either way. And the cell phones and, the orientation changing. And I mean, you can make arguments on either one of those ends. I think my biggest problem is the jury not being able to take any notes.
Yeah, it's interesting.
If it sounds a little too complicated, and that might be an issue if you can't, because you're not taking notes at the time, so you're kind of confused if they throw too many things at them. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, even if it was me and I was the juror, I'd listen to some of those witnesses and I would take away you had to kind of map out what time this was happening and what this phone said with that one. But if you're trained just to do your takeaway from it, well, the murder, weapon looks to be, your own personal notes, not that they're super detailed. I mean, I don't know. I think it's going to be really difficult for the jury to figure that out. And in, I don't know the court rules in that state, but, the judge can ask questions. In my state, the judge can ask questions and so can the jury.
I think they could ask somebody said the jury is going to be allowed to ask questions in this courtroom. That's what somebody was saying. Well, one of the lawyers I was listening to said that.
If that's the case, then they would have already been able to do it with the witnesses that have gone up.
Do you know really? I thought it was at the,
no, after each witness.
Oh, then maybe not. Yeah.
And I hate this. Sometimes judges are good on it, but sometimes judges that are bent to come out one way will, by the questions, if it's a former prosecutor, that's a judge. I have one county that this happens in. The prosecutors kind of suck, but the judge was a former prosecutor and she asks the questions after you're done, after the prosecutor goes and then the defense attorney goes. And then she asks her questions of the witness, right? And she's basically cleaning up for the prosecutor. And then does the jury have any questions? And they, they write them down, they give them to the bailiff, and then the judge looks at them, sees if they're, if they're questions that are proper, and then we'll ask them. And so after each witness is when they ask the questions, not at the end of the trial.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Deet said that they're recording the trial so they could go back and watch it during deliberations.
Is that
at
normal?
any time? Since they're recording it, they could view it.
It's a little bit different. I guess it's better than. They have some really old-fashioned court reporters that are in there.
Well, yeah. I mean, court reporters are not out of old age. They're used in everything.
No, they're using them. I see them, and I see them switching out. But so if they're recording it, it's no different than the court reporter. But we still have these old rules that for an appeal, you use the transcript.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you can't use in the the court reporter can't record gestures or head nods and stuff like that. They just record the words that come out of people's mouths. So
no, that's not true.
Yeah, that's not true. That's true in the civil matter.
Then the court reporter is not very good if there's a delay or something like that. So even before we had the video, they're supposed to go back and listen.
Yeah, but I don't think that they record head nods.
Head nods and shakes of the head.
They don't. Correct.
Yeah, they don't do that in civil matters. I know that for a fact.
They do in my state.
Maybe it's different in your state, not in
Yeah.
New York.
So
I've never
anyway,
seen it done here either, B-Tim.
So being able
Oh, we lost Queen. Shit.
So being able to do the recording for the jury, to be able to give them a recording of a certain witness is going to be easier than in criminal trials. The old way we do it is you got to say, have the court reporter hurry up and transcribe, right? And it takes a long time to transcribe, and then the jury is sitting there waiting. So I like that they can, they'll be able to have the benefit of that, but I don't think they'll take it back there. Usually what they do is they ask for it, and administratively the court reporter will make that portion available.
Yeah, and probably they'll look at the index and look at certain parts of it.
Yeah, but even that is going to be really difficult because, like I'm saying, these attorneys and getting through it's technical. It's an hour and a half, right? For one side to ask about the records, or 2 hours, and then you got the cross exam. So
are these real time Are these real time reporters, or are they just regular are they real time right now?
Who, the court reporters?
In the courtroom, are they real time?
What they're doing is they're using their machines to do. But then they have to.
Yeah, then they're not real time. They're not real time because real time reporters will actually have the screen in front of the judge and everything they're writing is seen by the judge and it's immediately transcribed.
No, these guys are the old way. You can see them. Like one is using, I can't remember what it's called, but I remember.
Is it a Diamante or something like that?
It's when they talk into it's like they're talking into a cup or a bowl.
Oh, that's not court reporting. That's not a court reporter. That is that's another form. That's like an audio thing. You just repeat every word someone says into the thing in the mouth. That's not a court reporter. Yeah, that's completely different. That's like I forgot what it's called, but it's basically it's not a court reporter. Court reporter writes down everything they say.
Yeah, they use like those stenography machines.
Yeah.
Whatever, right?
Yeah,
they use.
I
Go back to the O.J.
Simpson
Simpson trial. There's two ways of doing it.
Of course.
That is a court reporting way. They're talking into it and transcribing it that way instead of using the stenographer machine.
Yeah, I mean it's reform, but it's not really that's not the typing court reporting like stenography.
No,
would be
but there's
stenography.
There's two different ways that certified court reporters do it. But either way. Those transcripts will have to be produced for an appeal or something like that. But being able to watch the live video for the jury would be easier. But yeah, it's always interesting. You can never figure out what a jury's going to do. If they're going to go with the top lines or, they're going to go in the weeds. If you have the notes, people write stuff down differently. I mean, so write it down or remember it different. And so it'll be really interesting. And this is mostly women on this jury pool, so it'll be, I don't know, I have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah, but do you think, I think someone said, do you think Joe Exotic will have anything to do with this trial? That was a joke because someone pointed out in the chat. Just like a joke. Someone said that in the chat. I was just joking.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I think it's I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen. I find it very intriguing, and I find it very, 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 very irresponsible, beyond reckless, not negligent of that law firm. That law firm to have that kind of money go out, whoever's the partners in that firm should be getting some disciplinary action. That should never, ever, ever be possible. And they don't have the checks and the balances that are, recommended best practices to be allowing that much money go out. And the bookkeeper kind of testified that, from time to time they take money out that wasn't theirs, but as long as they get it back at the end of the day before we have to adjust our books, it's okay. Well, no, it's not. So it's just weird. This is just blows my mind.
It doesn't seem like they have a lot of hard evidence other than that Snapchat that puts him down by the kennels. But as far as it seems like they didn't really search his house so much, and they definitely didn't search where he went to his mom's place. He could have cleaned up over there, possibly.
Well, and they had authority. The search warrant. They had authority to search that entire property and dump it upside down that night.
and there was just too many people around, and they wanted to respect them. Like a whole bunch of people from his firm were there and family, so they gave him like, you know, like the treatment that he gets in that, because of, you know, the history of his family in that town and in that area, you know.
So the one of the questions that they ended on was attorney-client privilege, that the AG wants to get in some kind of conversation that happened after the murders when the attorneys with his firm were at his house, and Harpootlian, I think, was there, or Griffin was there, and what they're trying to say is, well, one of the attorneys wasn't Alex's attorneys, so he wants to say what was being said that night, you know, when they were all there. And the way it works for an attorney-client privilege is if there's a third party present, right? It blows the privilege. So
Yeah.
if it's a husband and wife, you know, it's a little bit difficult. But if I have somebody brings a father comes in with their son, there's no privilege. So I won't talk with both of them in the room, or, you know, I make sure that the conversations are separate. But the interesting part is if you have attorney-client and there's a third party there, if you have an attorney from your firm there, right? And there's 3 or 4 attorneys from the firm, well, the privilege and confidentiality applies to all of you, not just one of you, you know? So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with that argument on Monday. And it was so obvious. I mean, the AG would not let out. I think he gave a little bit of a hint, or may have confirmed who it is. It's another person in the firm, but will not let out what the substance of what it is that he's going to say. But ethically, there's a problem. I believe ethically, I think the problem is if the firm has, and one of his brothers there, right, and you're advising him, you know, that whether it's one attorney from the firm or 8 attorneys from the firm, there's attorney-client. If there is, however, a third party present, like a secretary, there's no attorney-client kind of thing. So I don't know. I think it's going to be very interesting. And I'm a little bit, last thing I'm going to say is I was a little bit disgusted with that Harpootlian. You guys, first of all, I don't know how you can be
He's a senator, right?
How you can be a state senator and they're taking votes. I did look this up. They're taking votes on matters, and he hasn't been in session at all.
Is that why he's been like leaving so much in court? He's like in and out. He's like all over the place. Like this last week, he's been like not even sitting still, really. Probably going to do stuff for the Senate.
I don't know, but he's not. There's votes that he's not showing up for.
He's just not showing up for. He can't like remotely vote or anything.
No, legislatures.
I just have to bust in super quick because I can't type in chat. What's up, Toots? It's good to see you, girl. Y'all go on ahead. I'm listening and learning.
So no, you have to be on the floor, and you got to be there to vote. So
where did Deets go? I thought she was up here talking with us. She knows a lot about the Murdaugh case. Did she drop down or something?
Yeah,
she dropped down.
Come back up.
Yeah, she fell
She knows
off.
so much.
Yeah, she knows a lot about this.
She made a really good like breakdown of like the cell phone of each of them, like with times and steps. Like that's like what, you know, you would hope that hopefully they'll put it all together at some point and, you know, make the connections that.
Yes, I was gonna say she had that paper. Yeah, okay. Did you make another video, Deets? Do you have any more videos that you made that are?
She did a really good like primer that went through everything, like all the like the Botox and everything, like in like a timeline. It's so good. She did such a good job on that.
You know, she don't like people shit. We talk over each other up here sometimes. So.
Hey, I'm gonna jump down, Deets. Come up because you know it. You have it detailed. I'm working while I'm listening. But hey, so as far as Harpootlian, I think what's really rude, and that the jury's gonna pick up on him. You guys, he's got his arms crossed. He's going through his cell phone for like more than a half hour at a time. He's yawning and like half-assed in his chair.
I got a quick question. What do you think?
Signal to the jury.
him being heard. What do you think about him being heard on the cell phone footage, like of his son's phone or whatever, that Snapchat, that of his voice or whatever? And then the kid came up and testified and said, yeah, that is him on his son's phone, on his Snapchat.
Well, I think I mean, I get that, but like, just like the clothes. So you say, I don't know how he gets out of, I mean, how he gets out of saying that he wasn't down there, but say, well, I mean, and he's not going to say because it can't come through him. He's not going to testify, but maybe they argue. So, he was down there and he's on there, but where's the evidence that where's the evidence that he has? It's all circumstantial. And I think that all adds up.
Yeah, but
the fact that when he was riding around it, I think it was 7, if Dietz could,
in a different outfit.
Yeah, like 7, he's tooling around and they have those really nasty flies down there, right? And he's got on long pants and, probably what he wore into the office. And then he goes up to the house and he changes and he's in shorts and, whatever.
T-shirt.
I think to run to his mom's because maybe, it was hot then and maybe his mom didn't have air conditioning. I don't know, but that's kind of
weird. But he might change a lot. You just never know. People's
but he can't testify. So how are you going to get it in? There's nobody else that can explain that. So
nope. I know. It's
jump up because I'm jumping down.
I hope you have a good rest of your night, Lady Walk.
Let me see. They have Alex in different clothes and video an hour before the murder. Also very suspicious.
That's what she was just talking about. Yeah, the long pants and long
very aware. It was very informative what she said.
And thank you, Lady Justice, for coming up. I always love listening to her. I just sit and listen to her.
Oh yeah,
she's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, Dietz, for coming up. I'm sorry that I was like, where'd she just go? And you dropped down. I'm like, yeah, she's back up.
Yay. Very knowledgeable. Very knowledgeable.
Hey, Dietz.
Hi.
So, Dietz, what do you know?
Fill us in. About this call. I seen that kid come up that said, and I only got to see bits and pieces of it because we've been dealing with all this other stuff. But he comes up and he's like, yeah, that's
Rogan. He was sweet. Yeah.
Yes, and he's like, yeah, that's him. That's clearly his voice. And that
was painful to watch though, because you could tell how much he loved
the
family, and then
yes, that was sad.
To be brutally honest about them afterwards, that was horrible.
He was getting choked up a little. You could just see that he was getting a little,
all their nicknames for him and stuff. Yeah.
Really
bad for him, but he did such a great job. And then to come to find out, he went and told them.
You got, just a little bit though. I don't know if it's one of your, you know what I mean, like your speaker, or if it's,
Is that better?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, that's better. That's fine. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But he went to law enforcement on the 8th, the day after the murders, and told them. I heard him there on the phone when he was on the phone. Yeah, he didn't have the video because the video that
he never saw it
got sent. No.
Yeah, till later,
until November. Right? Yeah, it was November when he saw it. But he did go to law enforcement the next day and he told them, I heard Alec there. And then he said he even talked about it in a room with Alec, Maggie's mom asked him about it, and he said it. Yeah, and Alec was right there in the room. So
it puts him right there when he said he wasn't there. I mean, so
yeah, that was my biggest
enough,
question. It puts it there when he says he was not there. That's my
I mean,
and
why?
Yes, that's his voice. And then they even have a specialist come in and some kind of a, you know what I'm saying? Some kind of a I don't even know what I say specialist. I know what I'm talking about. I only seen the little piece of it. You know what I mean? Where they come in and they're talking about the timestamps of the Snapchat that was taken, when it was taken, what time it was taken, would it fit in the time frame? That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So,
the percentage of their batteries, how many I mean, it was so interesting.
Yes,
All
it
that
was
stuff.
yes. I was like, wow, they get a lot of fucking information out of that.
I didn't know there was that
Oh,
much in
yeah.
the phone. You know, I mean, like that you could. I mean, you know, like with apps running, they knew what, like she had Poshmark running, like certain things were running in the background and stuff.
Well, like I knew you could pull that off, but the orientation of your phone, that was
Yeah.
one I had no clue about. You can
No
tell which
clue.
way your phone is oriented and at specific times. That's insane. But
Yeah.
You better be careful,
I
Betty.
don't-
You better be careful. Betty will get you. Now
Yeah.
She knows how this new technology. She'll get you now.
She's gonna hack.
So you know that they have to provide what they believe their motive is, right? And so the state alleges that he did this to distract from his impending financial crimes. And I
Because
just
3
don't
days
feel
before that meditation ended, right? That mediation, I mean, ended between for the boat accident, right? Like that, and it was going to definitely go to trial. That was like right 3 days before.
Right. It was going to go to trial, but all that Alec was facing in that lawsuit, now not the criminal portion, but like in the actual financial lawsuit against him, was only like 250,000. Well, no, wait, it's more than that, sorry. But it's not a ton for compared to all his other crimes. But that was 3 days before, and then he found out the morning of the
Hold on,
murders.
baby, you're fun. It's really fun.
Hang on, it's where I am.
Like it's real bad. I was gonna say I can't even let it go any longer because I'm getting messages saying
so
really
long.
Your buds.
You never last that long.
We
I was
just love
so
hearing you talk, and so
Yeah, I don't want her to jump down because she's got all the good information. So I don't want her to it's tough that you know what I mean when you can't hear it's hard.
Yeah, Deets does have the good deets usually.
She got the deets, totally.
Also, I know she don't stay up late like we do either. You know what I mean? Like super late. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to get this one out of the way now while she's awake, ready. You know what I mean? And willing to talk to us about it.
Yeah, totally.
No, I agree completely.
Because then we can go on to the other cases if she wants to jump down or whatever. You know what I mean? Like we can move on to something.
Everybody
different.
needs to go and watch her like her video that she did about like it's like a good amount. It goes through a whole timeline. It's so good. It's like the best thing.
Did we watch it already, or should I put it on now? Did we watch it already?
Yeah, I mean, it goes through. I mean, it's just like a history lesson in a way of like the whole thing.
I think the last one we watched was about Betty. So here, she was contradicting all the bullshit she was saying.
You mean her great investigation where she just went on there and just asked a random guy, "What'd you hear?" and just proceeded.
Like, oh, we're at the house, and really it was the dog kennels.
It was a dog kennel. It's like, why did they say that woman fell from the story? There's not even a second floor.
She's so damn dumb. I just can't with her sometimes. Jeez.
And then she trespasses and she just walks into the property and she's like, oh my God. But
like she was like on top of the murder scene pretty much. I mean, it's not a murder scene anymore,
right.
But I mean, it was just crazy that she was like right there. I'm like, really bad. Like, and she was just acting like, oh, okay. Like with the guy he's like, oh, I won't get in trouble for this. And she,
Shit, a random guy and 2 people were shot. Shit, I don't know if I trust being back there.
Yeah, I would probably not be going there.
Yeah, so I don't know about that, especially in the out in the.
But this is a woman that decided to run around Idaho while there was a murderer that killed 4 people on the loose, and decided to just run around to random areas with JLR while he was filming people in bars.
Oh. Speaking of, he actually just real quick is in front of Leilani's house, in front of Billy's house.
Oh yeah, he's back over there. What the hell?
Yeah,
I mean, he needs those props.
He gets around. Yeah, he needs a house.
I asked this on Jones. I'm like, how the fuck does this guy pay for this? I mean, he's not making that money from YouTube.
Yeah, what is he?
Well, we don't know. We don't know what people send him. You know what I mean? We don't know about his cash out, PayPal's. We don't know if he's got this.
Oh man,
people love him.
Like,
oh my God. There's people that love him.
I'm starting to really believe the alien theory. Like, his fucking flying saucer just picks him up and drops him into
his
random
alien
areas.
friends send him
his
money.
alien friends
are supporting him on his. They like, yeah, they just pick him up in there.
They're just like, okay, we got to go to Lalani's house. We got to go to the courthouse. Like, it's so weird.
I feel like he was just in Idaho. I mean, I don't know. It's like a far drive.
CIA, get on it. This JLR guy might be an alien.
He has like new press and new media clothes also. He's always like adding to his media and press collection.
I don't know, man. That guy is wacky. Gets to the point of like really wacky. What, I guess we're putting on a video.
You back up here, Deets?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, cool. Hi.
Deets is back.
Oh, that's good. You're all clear now.
Yes, I was gonna say, it sounds perfect and clear and everything. Now that girl
does
on
my phone. Yeah.
Go. You came up and she dropped down. What the hell's going on here?
We're just trading places tonight.
It's a full moon or something.
Voices in the chat. I ain't seen her up here yet. I wonder where she's at. Usually she joins us and talks shit with us.
Yeah.
But
probably sleeping though.
My only point was that, 3 days before they found out that the boat mediation was going to go to trial. I don't think that was a huge deal to them based on their financial status, right? Now the criminal part against Paul, that was a big deal. That was a big deal because it's going to affect his future greatly. But his legacy if he were to be found guilty, right? Yeah, because then he probably wouldn't, get into law school and all that either. And so that part was big. And then Alec found out the morning of from the CFO about, they only knew about one crime at that time. Yeah. And they approached him with it. Well, she approached him with it. When she did, that's when they found out about his father. And so she's like, okay, we're going to put it on hold. So I feel like he had already bought sufficient time with sympathy of his dad.
But it was still kind of closing in on him. Maybe, once that was opened up, maybe they saw that maybe he's like, oh, shoot, they're going to look into things. And then that's what happened, right?
Well, I mean, he was barely had his neck above water in terms of all the financial hoopla that he'd gotten himself into. But it's just that no one knew about it yet. So that's why I wonder what Judge Newman's going to rule on that one.
I know. When is he going to make the ruling? Did he say?
I think Monday. I'm really shocked. I wish I could. I was going to ask Lady Justice that. I'm really shocked that they did not do this before trial. They tried to. The defense wanted to do these pre-trial motions before the trial, but the judge wanted to carry them on throughout the trial.
Yeah.
That was odd.
They said that. I was watching Emily Baker, and she said that it's kind of like maybe the way that he does it. Let's approach them as they come up, kind of thing.
Yeah. But I don't know. I don't feel like Judge Newman much cares for the Murdaughs and rightfully so.
Yeah.
So I think I'll probably let it in.
Yeah, it's so much to let in, though. Will they let in everything, you think? Then they have to, how could they pick and choose? That's what I was asking Lady Does it how do you decide what to let in, what not to let in, Because there's 100 indictments on him right now.
There is 100 indictments on him. I think if they do let the financials in, and this is just my best guess on, listening to pundits and everything, is that they'll only allow this, the immediate stuff that was happening. None of this stuff with Palmetto State Bank, because that wasn't until 3 or 4 months later. But they'll let the Satterfield stuff in for sure, I would think, and that's going to be very damning for him.
Oh, the testimony that is a big one. Yeah, that's a big one. I mean, he did keep over $4 million from them, and they finally got it right recently, or was that
they got it last year. They actually got quite a bit. Those boys did, and they deserved it. They deserved it after all that. But they got a lawsuit from them, one from PED, one from Bank of America. I'd have to look at my notes.
I wonder if that was all plans. That because he kind of approached the sons right after the accident and said that they and he said that he would.
So unlike Betty, who is an idiot, he's not a serial killer. I don't believe that Alec had anything at all to do with Gloria's death. I think he saw that as an opportunity to take
Yeah.
advantage of those two boys. You
And
know,
that's
he
what he did
used
with
it to
everybody
his
else
advantage.
in his
Yeah.
like with all the other clients that he like took money from, same kind of
Yeah.
thing. I wonder what he was. I guess
Exactly.
it had to be like something like gambling. I mean, is like
Yeah.
I mean, opiates, is it that expensive? I mean, because he was getting like 800. It was like $792,000 settlements, right? Like, I mean, like how
Huge.
much money? Like, I don't know.
Almost over 8.8 million. See, this is why I hate that
Yeah.
I had to hop up on my phone because like everything's saved on my phone. But yeah, you know, almost $9 million, and then
Oh, yeah.
is what he. But that was over the course of a decade. But
Yeah.
still, that's quite a bit.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But anyway, guys, I gotta skedaddle. It's getting late.
Okay.
Very, very, very late. See you, Deets. Try to keep those videos going, Deets. Keep those videos
I
going.
need to get back into it.
Yeah, you're getting very good videos. A lot of work.
I've been
Yeah,
so
really
enthralled with this
good.
case, though. Like watching the trial,
I
it's
know.
literally like watching a Southern soap opera or something, like in the
Yeah.
courtroom every day. The theatrics are
The
over the
theatrics
top,
of
and
it are
it's
just
so
nuts.
interesting.
That like he's so crazy that
Dick Harpootlian.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's funny. He's like
Did you guys
a
believe his like tears and shit in the car? Like when he was talking, I felt like it was like a kid having like a, you know, like he was caught kind of.
yeah.
Oh, the interview?
Yeah.
See, I don't know. I am still on the fence on whether he did it.
I like since watching the trial, I don't even I have doubts all of a sudden
You
too.
know what
Yeah.
Baker said? She said that, and I was watching her. She said that she thinks they charged him or she thinks they should have charged him differently. That basically, she said she doesn't feel like he, you know, in her opinion, does it. Oh, there's my girl. I wonder where you was at, Biddy. I was like, where the fuck is she at? I was wondering where the fuck you was.
I was rebooting the router for the 9th time. They shot down the Chinese balloon.
Oh yeah.
Voices.
In South Carolina. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever it did as soon as that went
Finally.
down.
Oh, you lost your internet?
I lost internet.
Oh, that's weird. Because it started in Montana, the balloon.
Yeah.
That's weird. That whole thing was weird that it took them
Where
so
did they
long.
shoot it down at?
Over South Carolina, over the like ocean.
Hell, I'm like, what the fuck is this? What is this balloon
So
thing?
weird. I've been like following it all. I was like, what the hell is going on? And why are they just letting it go? And like they had like F-22 fighters like freaking shoot it down. Like it's so crazy. And they said it was like a spy.
The size of 6 school buses.
I heard 3.
And okay, maybe it was
Who
3.
knows? Yeah.
Either or.
I mean, who knows?
I've heard it both ways, so I didn't know. I just went with the bigger one just because I thought it sounded better. So they said that the debris would be too much and it could cause too much damage, which, I mean, I could understand not wanting to shoot it down, because what if it was loaded with something that the moment you shot it exploded?
Chemicals or something.
Yes.
Yeah,
Or
they're
what
trying to
if
get
it
the
was-
debris.
What if it
over the
was
ocean,
germ warfare? Something like
Well,
that.
that's what they were talking about, because that's like what they do there with things. I don't know. You never know. You just never know. I mean, it was so crazy that it was flying for that long without.
But since then, I've had nothing but internet issues. I can't.
Oh, that's
keep the
weird.
connection. It's the weirdest thing.
I heard there was another one that popped up in Latin America, but I don't know. Somebody said it was like 2 balloons.
There was one that came from the North Pole coming this way, and from the South Pole coming up as well.
Weird. Freaking weird. Strange stuff.
Am I robot-y?
Anyway,
no, you're good.
Okay, I switched over to Discord to send Queen some slides, but someone asked if I thought, I can't remember what the question was, but it was like, wouldn't he be guilty if his voice was on the Snapchat video? And
what do you think?
Maybe. That's why I sent it.
Yeah, it's hard.
Like, you got to look at the
It's a
text.
big one. The Snapchat is pretty big, because he said
It
he
is.
wasn't even there, and he was clearly like right friggin' there. Do you know what I mean?
And he
Like,
wiped his phone. He wiped his or all of his call
and he
logs,
turned
so.
off his phone during a certain amount of time and turned it on, like, and
He
then
didn't turn it off. It
put
just
it into
didn't
like,
move. It didn't move,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, do you think he left it in the house or something, maybe, or?
If he committed the crimes, then yes, he left it in the
Yeah.
house.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
he was at the
Maybe
house.
he maybe that was while he was showering to get all the blood off of him.
Well, they
I think they
when
checked the
they did the search
drains,
warrants the next day, yeah, they checked the drains and stuff and looked
but not
through.
at the mother's. But they did take like the tarp from there. That right? That's gonna come up
They didn't
later.
search M's house, that's what they call her, M, until like 3 months, until September, I think it
Oh
was.
gosh, that's
Yeah.
crazy. So he could have like brought like the guns there, anything, and like moved them later.
The different clothes doesn't bug me so much because we know he got home from work and Paul, was like,
Yeah.
"Hey, ride around the property with me." We see that that's what's in the you guys called it
Yeah.
that's the Snapchat video. The other video is just a
Tonight,
regular
Alex
video,
Murdaugh's
but
alibi potentially.
yeah. He could have
Yep,
went
I
riding
just
around and
you
then
guys wanna
decided to
watch it?
change, so.
Here,
I
I was gonna
changed
say
a lot.
I'll pull this up. This is the one with the phone call or whatever, the video, the Snapchat video.
Mm-hmm.
I just pulled it real quick. I don't know if they'll show the exact video or whatever, but this is the here.
His son's own video. Prosecutors revealing a 58-second cell phone video recorded by Paul Murdaugh directly contradicting Alec Murdaugh's story, placing him at the murder scene minutes before his wife and son were shot to death. In the video, you can see Paul going into a pen on the family's property to check on a friend's dog. In the background, you hear other voices.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Damn, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bubba.
Cash. Quit.
Murdaugh claimed he didn't go to the family's kennels that night until he found his wife and son's bodies.
I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes.
In emotional testimony, close family friend Rogan Gibson recalling how he talked to Paul Murdaugh that night about his injured dog. Paul telling him he'd take a video.
Did you hear any other voices when you were on the phone with Paul about 8:40?
I did.
And what voices did you hear?
I heard Miss Maggie.
And who else did you hear?
And I thought it was Mr. Alec that I heard.
Cell phone records show Paul took that video right after that call. Minutes later, he and his mother were dead.
Did you ever get that video?
I did not.
Police later showed Gibson that video from inside the kennel.
And what voices did you hear?
Paul's, Miss Maggie, Mr. Alec.
And how sure are you now?
Positive.
100%?
That's correct.
Prosecutors playing that video for him again in court.
Can you point out Alec Murdaugh, the person whose voice you recognize in this video in this courtroom, please?
Sitting right there in a gray jacket.
But the defense pushing back, painting a portrait of a happy family.
And they were loving to each other and to Paul and Buster and their friends, correct?
That's correct.
And can you think of any circumstance that you can envision, knowing them as you do, where Alec would brutally murder Paul and Maggie?
Not that I can think of.
And a cell phone expert testified that Alec Murdaugh's call logs leading up to the murders are missing. He said it appeared Murdaugh deleted that data.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC7.
So how the hell did he delete that? Like, they can't get to it. I mean, I know you can delete it, but I'm saying, like, how the hell did he delete it to where they can't get? If they can pull a fucking Snapchat call log and shit out of his phone, how in the fuck can't they get that? You know?
Oh, they got his all of his phone records. Yeah, he just deleted them off of his phone, but they were
He deleted
still
like his
able to
log. Yeah.
access them. Yeah.
Like, why would he do that? Yeah. There's like so
Yeah.
many. I mean, I don't know. I don't. There seems like there's not enough evidence. Before, I thought he was more guilty than when the trial started, in a way, you know?
I guess that's my issue is like I feel he's guilty. Like I feel
Yeah.
he did it, but there's a lot of things that the defense can poke holes in very easily.
Exactly. So there is like reasonable doubt. I mean, I feel like there definitely is right now.
I feel like he hired somebody.
He could have. See, there you go. That's like the
And
alternate.
that's a possibility too.
Yeah.
Like,
And just
because I'm telling you, I don't think he, I don't know. I have a hard time believing that he could kill his child, but I mean, I believe that he hired someone else to do it because he physically couldn't. You know what I mean?
And that's what I've noticed watching him in the trial is that whenever anything about Paul comes up, I feel his emotions are real. Like
he
is
cries a lot.
really
Yeah.
cries.
I feel like, Maggie, he probably could have, but his son, I
Yeah.
don't. I'm just really having a hard time seeing him do that. You know what I mean?
But
But
you
then
never
again,
know. You never know. And he could be crying because he did it, you know? I don't
And
know.
there's no life insurance policy on either Paul
I
or
know.
Maggie, so it's
so it
not
wouldn't
like
have
there
helped
was
him
a
financially to
fight.
do that.
Yeah.
But it gets rid of the whole boating trial.
Well, no, it just gets rid of Paul's
Part of it. Yeah,
criminal
his
thing.
part of it. The criminal
Yeah,
part.
Alec
Yeah.
and Buster are still
Yeah, they
would still be
still
sued.
civilly. Yeah.
So I don't know.
I know. It's
But
confusing. Yeah.
but and I think the thing to remember though is we have seen family annihilators without any motive or reason at all. So that's
Yeah.
always one thing to
That's
keep in
what
mind.
when I remember we talked about like B-Tim was talking about that. He said he seems like a family and even because he tried to like then have somebody, well, who knows, kill him, right? That whole thing. But
Yeah.
to get Buster to get $10 million, right?
Yeah,
So
'cause
there
he's
was like an end game, at least, I mean, maybe to keep the legacy going with Buster or something, you know. I don't know. It's hard to figure out like why, you know.
It is.
Well,
It is fair.
with an opiate addiction and, getting sued and not having any money and your stuff coming to a complete stop. You know what I mean? Like
Everything coming in on you. Yeah, the walls caving.
Yes, I definitely feel like he was under a lot of pressure.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Desperation.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. And I
Yep.
just,
That's
I
that
don't know.
family annihilator like theory comes in. Just like they'd be better off without me or in any of this, you know, because it's gonna get bad. And I mean, even if he doesn't get convicted for killing them, then all the other crimes will put him away for
Right.
for life. You
Yeah.
think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think well,
How
I don't
much
know if
money?
it'd be life or like
What
30
did he
years.
get? How much did he get away with, or whatever? Or what did they accuse him
There's
of?
like 100 indictments for like financial crimes.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
fuck.
wire fraud and like all kinds of stuff. Yep.
Yeah, he had like
Big
I think
deal.
it's almost $9 million is what he ended up stealing from his clients over the
Oh
years.
my God.
Yeah.
The funny ironic thing is that the IRS went after him for taxes because you have to pay taxes on all income, even illegal income. And so they just hit him with a $500,000
For his illegal, like for
for
stealing.
back taxes on that 8.8
Oh my
million.
gosh, on the money he stole. That's funny.
Yep.
Touche, right? Yeah, there's a lot of like rabbit holes like with this case, you know, like just looking
Yeah.
into it, there's so many things. But like
What
why
is
would
Buster? Has Buster testified or said anything, or like has
he's
he
going to testify for like
Yeah, he's on the witness
for the defense or
list
the state?
for the defense.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
only
okay.
thing Buster has said throughout the whole thing is a reporter caught him outside once and he was like, no comment, no comment. And they're like, why do you support your dad? And he's like, don't mistake my silence for support. And he's like, can I
Yeah.
get that as an official comment? And he was just like, no comment. So, but he's been there every day and I've been paying attention to his face because like it's been pretty deadpan most of the time, but he was when they brought up the text messages for the first time, he was like leaning forward and trying to like look around Alec to see what was on his mom's text messages. So I wonder if he suspects, you know.
Yeah, I wonder what he really thinks. He probably has to, yeah. And the brother's there, right? The two brothers and There's a sister and two brothers, right? Of
The
Alex.
sister and John, yeah, his sister Lynn has and her daughter have been there every day, and then John Marvin and his wife have been there every day, but I think Randy's only been in court once, maybe twice.
Hmm. Interesting.
Well, you
And
know,
then I
Paul
feel
could be being supportive. He could be, or Buster could be being
Buster.
supportive, because he knows that that's his family inheritance.
I don't think there's going to be anything left to inherit.
Yeah, there's probably it's
but
probably being
he
spent
did-
right now in this
right.
trial.
But he also, there's Southern, there's still legacy, all of that, even though this might
Trust
be
fund, maybe.
name,
Or something.
right?
Yeah.
So
Something
he
of
actually
that
has
nature.
that. Yeah, so he has, so from Maggie's estate, he just received $500,000. That's all that he got to keep from her estate. But he has I don't remember what it's called, but he does have a trust through her that
'Cause she
it
had
was unable to
one.
be touched by any of this financial stuff, and it's an
Oh.
undisclosed amount. So I'm thinking that's like a family trust from her side, possibly, but
Because she owned, I think, the whatchamacallit, the beach house.
so he had already switched everything
And
over into
Ellie
Maggie's
yeeted
name.
herself.
Oops. But yeah, she had switched.
Say that again, Deets.
So Alec and Maggie had already switched all of the property, I think all of them for sure, but all the properties over into Maggie's name, just to kind of like shelter them for the impending lawsuits with the boat stuff. So that's all like now in her estate that's being paid out to all these claims and stuff. Oh yeah, Natalie, that was really sad. His dad dying, their grandpa dying 3 days later.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And his mom was like, did she have like dementia or something? His mother.
Yeah, I hear she's not doing well either right now. Yeah, Buster wasn't there yesterday. Was he there? No, he wasn't there at all yesterday.
Oh, but Buster wasn't there. Oh,
No, the
okay.
jury was. They
Oh,
did
that's
a
when they did
couple
most of
things.
those
Yeah.
hearings. Yeah, I was watching the opening the door. When I was watching Emily D. Baker during that moment, she's like the door, she knew right away. She's like, why is they not stopping? Why are they not stopping? The door is open. And then like everybody was like kind of like people were like, no, the door wasn't, like different people were saying it wasn't. I mean, I guess it's controversial for this very
I
reason.
love her, Emily Baker. She's
Yeah,
awesome.
isn't she great? Yeah, she was like, oh my God, what? It happened. She was like, she couldn't believe when it happened. It was funny. But I mean, there is
Yeah.
a lot to let in, you know what I mean? But I guess they could let in the whole kind of bigger picture, I guess, not
So
going to.
let me ask you girls this. What do you think about Stephen Smith's death? Do you think Buster is linked to that?
It came up, right? Like, didn't his name come up when they reopened the investigation?
So in the initial investigation is when his name came up several times, but there was no actual link to Buster or anything, obviously. But when Paul and Maggie were murdered is when SLED reopened the investigation into Stephen's homicide. But I don't know if that's like because they found something or to appease public outcry.
Yeah, but I
You
feel
know what I
like
mean?
do so many people, I mean, people know about it, but I would think they would, I don't know, they would reopen it if they needed to reopen. Who cares about public, I don't know. But
Right.
it's hard to tell. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, because it was weird. He like got like they said like he was hit by a car, but he had different kind of like wounds, right? It was like not
Right.
consistent with being hit by a car.
Like blunt force trauma. Yeah, that was.
And then he was like linked with Buster and.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if Buster did anything, but I am glad that they are reinvestigating that one because he deserves justice for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, people think it was like a hate crime. Or Paul and his friends killed, I don't know, independent thinker. I think Paul and his friends. I thought Buster was related to it for some reason. But just like looking into the whole like Mallory Beach, like the boating incident, it was so sad. I didn't realize he was being like such an asshole, like, and like he was like doing like circles in the boat, like he was being like they were scared before the accident. Did you hear that? Yeah.
Yep.
That was like really bad. But do you think like people would hate him enough to want to kill him and then
Yeah, I do. Shit, girl, hell yeah. That kind of money, when you fuck with that kind of, yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because that's one of
I'm gonna take somebody's fucking life and their fucking shorty's life for that kind of money. Shit. That's a lot of money, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's life
one
matters.
of the first ones that he stole from, the Pinckney case, that one is really tragic, and it won't make it into this trial regardless of anything, but that one is extremely tragic and sad, the way that he stole from that family. And
So what was he was selling fake insurance, or what was he doing? How did he get this money?
So he's a personal injury lawyer, essentially. I don't know what his official
pretty
title
much.
is.
Yeah, I think
And
that's
so
ambulance chaser.
Yeah, pretty much. And when you sue the insurance company, or say in the Pinckney case, it was the tires. Something happened with the mom's tires, and it rolled their vehicle and injured everyone in the family. So they were suing the manufacturer of those tires. When they do a payout, sometimes they do like a big lump sum to your law firm, but then it goes into, like, they put it into a separate account, and without my phone I can't look up and see what it's called, and like pay it out to you slowly, so it's
the
like
forge ones, the two
less tax.
forges. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's like a
less
client
taxes,
trust.
you know.
It's like a client trust.
Yeah.
It's like a financial management situation.
And then you dispense it from there.
Yeah.
Like
well,
a
what he
stipend
was
payment.
doing is he created a fake one with the same name as one of these consulting companies. So when he won it, he forged. So when he won the case and got the money from whatever he was suing, he ended up putting it into his own account instead of distributing it to his clients. Or he would give, like, those clients, he gave a small portion. So he would just flat out lie to them and said, "Oh, you only, won
That's
this
what he did,
much,"
right?
and then he pocketed the rest.
That is so crazy that he would just like flat out lie to them about their settlement amount. That's what I figured he did, right?
And so, like, the Pinckneys, he gave a portion of it, but then with the Satterfields, he just kept lying to him and told
The
him
whole
that,
thing they kept.
he took it all. He took
the whole
$4.3 million.
Yeah, so crazy. I'm glad they finally got it. And did they settle the Mallory Beach case too? Was settled recently too, I think, right?
They settled that like either the day before or the day of
the trial. I saw that. Yeah, that's kind of like poetic justice a little bit. That was like settled before a little.
Yeah.
Oh, that one was sad. It's just, he definitely just has affected a lot of lives with like stealing money, and the whole, I know it's hard to tell though. I did think he was more guilty just because of like his character and like what I knew, but like now that it just doesn't seem like they have like a ton of like evidence, or they just like slacked at the beginning because of who he was, and so missed the opportunity to collect any evidence,
Yeah. Well, I mean, they brought Sled in right from jump because of their connections to the solicitor's office, so that's good.
That
but
was good.
I still think they dropped the ball on a few things.
They still had like I mean, I guess they were like considering him from the beginning, right? They said that. I don't know.
Well, that's what the defense claims, is that they didn't look into anyone else, and that deterred from finding the real killer. But initially, when Sled first arrived, they thought it was a murder-suicide because of the way Paul had landed and stuff, but they quickly realized that wasn't the case. So after that, I think the only other suspect they had was Alec.
And he also said like he came back and he saw them. Remember he said he like drove up and he knew it was bad. Like how did he even see them?
Hey,
You know?
what if
I guess there's a little.
you know what about a thought? So if Maggie was dead, the properties all go back into Alec's assets, making them available to be attached for the lawsuits.
Wouldn't they have to do that after the fact that, like, after the,
as long as the trial's still on, the lawsuits for the money taken. Okay, so they knew that they would never get their money back. They figured they could at least make him liquidate the properties towards the monies and leave him desolate, make him feel the pain that they were feeling.
Right. Could
And
be.
what if whoever did it was supposed to get all three, but they couldn't locate, like, Alec got away? Or what if it was supposed to be the other son?
Somebody pushing buttons, or is this in my house? Because I'm hearing this little beep, 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 beep.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry. That's my cricket. I apologize.
Oh yeah, it was my fucking. I thought it was in my kitchen. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with the fire? The fucker was beeping earlier, and I'm like, God, what is wrong with that?
I am so sorry. It's the cricket. I didn't realize it. Like,
it makes a funny noise.
It makes.
No, I just thought it was. I could hear it good enough just to hear it like it was on the other side of the wall. You know what I'm saying? Like I could hear it just enough that
I thought I had it far enough away.
He actually called 911 and then went and got a gun. Because he says it on the 911 call, like, I'm
But
scared,
didn't they
I'm gonna
tell
go get a
him?
gun.
Didn't they tell him to like put the gun away when they came though, or something?
She said, yeah, just put it away when they get
Yeah.
to, or let them know
Yeah.
that you
Right.
have it. Yeah.
Yeah, Good Egg just said that with all of his charges, like he would get like 130 years with all the combined charges. He's facing
Yeah.
731 years,
yeah.
31 years in prison.
Yeah,
Dude's
he's
never gonna see. So no, I mean, yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's if he gets the max on all of them.
Yeah, I mean,
but
there's probably going to be like, I mean, yeah, that's like a lot of indictments to go through.
I don't think they're gonna go easy on him at all, and I don't think they should either. But I do agree. Someone else wrote earlier that he has money hidden somewhere, and I agree. He has to, because
Didn't
I'm
he go
sorry, that's a
somewhere?
lot of money for an opioid addiction. It's like,
Yeah,
that's a lot. Where'd it go?
and
Where's the money?
gambling. Yeah, where is it? Didn't he go somewhere like? And
well, I
like,
can tell you, if he's an opioid
Bahamas.
addiction,
Yeah.
he's taken. Okay, so look, you say these one bean, we'll say one bean's worth, $10, right? So say he takes like 5 at a time, that's $50. So we'll say he takes maybe like, you know what I'm saying, 2 doses and one, 5 in the AM, 5 in the PM, you know what I mean? So, okay, so then you got 10 of them a day, which is like $100. That's $700 a week, $1,400, $2,800, it's damn near $3,000 on his addiction a month. Just, you know what I'm saying? Just to take
a
those.
month. Wow. So that's like,
but I mean, that's just like, 10 of them a day. You know what I'm saying? I mean, fuck, he could have been eating 20 and 30 of them a day. I mean,
he could have gotten a prescription for part of, who knows? Yeah. But he's making like so much, like on these settlements, like $792,000 on one settlement.
Yeah,
even if that
I mean,
was,
even without the stealing, he was making a 7-figure a year income. So, it's just insane.
So he's got to have money somewhere.
Yeah.
But maybe Buster, maybe he's got it in his, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe
Maggie had money too in her, or supposedly, and some of the property was in her name. That she was like wealthy too. Somebody was saying, I don't know.
So is Buster gonna be okay? You know how kids get left with like the money in the settlement and stuff. Is he gonna be left with the debt? Like, will he have to pay his dad's debt?
Not like a lawsuit. I don't think the lawsuits and stuff, but he would only have to if Alec dies. Like, it still remains on Alec even when he goes into prison.
Yeah, his estate or something. Yeah. There just won't be anything left for Buster. Like, other than you're saying, like the trust that he has.
Yeah, there is that one private trust
that was in his name. That like after Polly turned a certain age, he got like access to it or something.
And then he did get the $500,000 from Maggie's estate. They settled on that amount.
What a mess this whole thing is, right?
I don't know how much is in that trust, but I read from the Murdaugh Murder podcast, they're really great. That it's a number that they've heard that it's a number that he would never have to work a day, in his life. So
for Buster, yeah.
So must be a pretty substantial amount. Oh yeah, his jailhouse calls are weird.
Between the two of them, I haven't heard those.
Between Buster and Alec.
Why? What is it? I haven't heard those.
Those are really interesting. You should totally look those up there.
Okay, I'm gonna look those up.
Some of them are weird, and some of them are just.
I love
insane.
that podcast. I love that podcast.
Yeah, I've
It's
listened.
soothing.
There's a lot on there. Like there's so much information.
Well, did you know he owned 2 islands?
What?
He doesn't have them anymore, but yeah, he had 2 islands like out there on the coast, and so that's where a lot of people thought he was into the drug smuggling, was
could be.
coming in through those. And then his property was purchased from in a very weird way from a known drug smuggler. So
Oh, that's interesting. And there's a lot of old like that part of the South, like near Hilton Head and Savannah. It's like that part is like old Southern like money.
yeah.
And that's
the
like
beach
what
house
he is.
just went up for sale if you're interested in a beach house in South Carolina.
Oh yeah.
But I don't have the funds for it.
Is that near Charleston? Where is the beach house?
7-pounder, 7. Hi from north of Boston. Whitey buried them under bridges. Hashtag Quincy. So I'm not sure what all that means, but all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know what? Here, we're gonna play this for the noobs. We're gonna play this for the noobs real quick so they can kind of get an idea of the breakdown here.
This video extremely short. I just want to show you Alec's family connections, as well as some associates and people that will be showing up in the trial. This doesn't even begin to touch the number of people that have been affected by Alec and his crimes, alleged crimes. But I thought it would be a good way for people to visually see how some people were connected. We'll start with Randolph Murdaugh, Alec's great-grandpa who started the law firm in Hampton County. Next came his son, who had the same name, he's a junior, but goes by the nickname Buster. Buster fathered Randolph Murdaugh III. Now, all 3 served as solicitors in the 14th Circuit in the Low Country of South Carolina. I've left their spouses' names off, and I will leave off any other family members that are not directly involved in the trial. So the last solicitor, Randolph Murdaugh III, had 4 children. First, his namesake, which goes by the nickname Randy, then John Marvin, then Richard Alexander, which goes by the nickname Alec, and finally Lynn. Randy still practices law at the firm, which has been renamed the Parker Law Group. Alec, who is now disbarred, is at the center of several South Carolina investigations, including the murder of his wife and son. Alec married Margaret Kennedy Brandstetter, also known as Maggie, to her friends and family. They had 2 children, Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., who goes by Buster, and Paul Terry Murdaugh. The following are names that you are going to hear throughout the trial. Stephen Smith was 19 years old when he was killed in what the South Carolina Highway Patrol investigators originally ruled a hit and run. His case was later reopened after the Murdaugh double homicide investigation began. He was a classmate of Buster's, and while no one has been charged in relation to his death, Buster's name did come up several times in the investigation. Mallory Beach died in a boat crash that was piloted by Paul Murdaugh. Paul and the others on the boat were reportedly grossly intoxicated that night. Anthony Cook, Connor Cook, and Morgan Doty were also in that boat crash. They survived. You will hear their names several times throughout the timeline. Gloria Satterfield was the Murdaugh family housekeeper of over 20 years. She died in 2018 in a trip and fall accident at the Murdaugh property.
Alec reportedly went to her sons after her death and said that since it was his property that her death occurred on, he was going to sue himself and give the boys the insurance money. However, they never saw any of that money. Curtis Eddie Smith. He's a former client of Alec's. Alec told authorities he conspired with Smith to kill Alec as part of an insurance fraud scheme so that Alec's surviving son Buster could collect a $10 million life insurance payout. Smith admitted in 2021 to being present at the shooting and disposing of the firearm afterward, although he alleges they got in a tussle and the firearm discharged. Corey Fleming was a longtime lawyer friend of Alec, former college roommate, and the godfather to Paul. Alec introduced Gloria's sons to Fleming after her death, so that Fleming could aid in filing a lawsuit against Alec. Her sons were never informed of the conflict of interest. Fleming convinced one of the sons, Tony Satterfield, to sign representation of his mother's estate over to Chad Westendorf. Connor Cook also named Fleming in a suit, claiming on the night of the boating accident, Alec started a whisper campaign to spread false rumors that Cook was driving instead of Paul. Alec introduced him to Fleming, who, as his attorney, directed him not to speak to authorities. Russell Lafitte is a former CEO of Palmetto State Bank, now federally convicted co-conspirator of Alec Murdaugh. Lafitte was convicted on a slew of charges for using Palmetto State Bank as a tool to launder money Alec allegedly stole. The Honorable Judge Clifton Newman. He's a South Carolina Circuit Court judge hearing the case. He has been on the bench since 2000. Newman has presided over various proceedings in the Murdaugh case since 2021. Creighton Waters is a South Carolina Senior Assistant Deputy Attorney General and lead prosecutor. He has been involved with the case since 2021. The state's Attorney General's office is prosecuting the case because of the Murdaugh family's close ties to the local solicitor's office. Richard Harpootlian, also known as Dick, is Alec's main defense attorney. Harpootlian is a South Carolina state senator and attorney whose Columbia-based practice specializes in criminal defense. He's well known for his courtroom theatrics. And Jem Griffin is Alec's other defense attorney, a former federal prosecutor. He now works as a state and federal criminal defense attorney based in Columbia, South Carolina. These are just some of the names that are going to be mentioned in the double murder trial of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Detective Laura Rutland.
Left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth to help you God. I do. Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again. Spell your last name.
My name is Laura Rutland, Rutland.
I think it's hard to autoplay this.
Are you nervous?
Oh, I was like, what is
Queen.
You are Laura Rutland?
I am.
It's an interesting case for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Drug out
This
for
jury
several weeks.
about Laura Rutland.
Oh, yeah.
Where you're from, where you were born.
There
where
you
you
think it's gonna be
live,
like 5 weeks.
and a
or
little bit of your
more.
background leading up to law
Queen, where
enforcement,
are
please,
you?
ma'am.
Good morning, everybody.
Queen,
I was
how?
born in
Help.
Charleston, and South Carolina. When I was about 6 months old, my family moved back to England, where we're originally from. Lived there until I was about 3 or 4 years old. Came back to the United States. Grew up in Somerville, South Carolina. Graduated from
Lord,
Somerville
we
High
don't know
School.
what case this is about, but
after I
we're going to go
graduated,
ahead
I
and
was
plum
working
taste
as
so
This
that
is
we don't get in
this
trouble.
is the Murdaugh
case.
Yeah, this is a
met
Murdaugh.
my-
She's like the
would be my husband. We
detective
moved
that was
to,
there.
Port Royal,
Yeah.
South
Oh,
Carolina.
okay.
He was
All right.
in the
Yeah,
Marine
yeah.
Corps.
It just started
stationed
playing
at
this
Harris
after.
Island at the time. Then we moved
Right.
to Bluffton. We had decided, I decided to pursue law enforcement. I've always been a true crime nerd, into mysteries,
Look at
things like that. So I decided to pursue law
Well, that's
enforcement.
great to know for about a detective. Yay!
Sorry, you guys, I had to go in here and
Oh,
help
it's
my little.
okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like,
Cleveland cereal or something. So
I'm like, come on, I gotta. you know, her TikTok account was locked, and I was like, what is wrong?
no.
It's the whole fucking meltdown. So it's fixed. It's
the
good to go.
Chinese
Sorry about
balloon
that.
did it.
Damn Chinese fucking balloon. I knew it. That's why I should have blamed
Probably
God.
locked everybody's.
Exactly.
Probably locked everybody's TikToks.
Right. They're like, fuck that. You want to shoot our stuff down? No more TikToks for your fucking
Yeah, exactly. There's everybody's
shit.
passwords
That
in
did
that
it.
balloon. Yeah.
He was having a whole fucking meltdown. I'm like, whoa, dude.
Oh my gosh. TikTok is big.
Yeah, I do need to add Chris Wilson, Southern Gal. That was really sad. Did you see his best friend on trial yesterday?
Oh
Was it
yeah.
Friday?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That was sad.
Yeah, well, that's the one I seen him. I was like, when I seen him up there, and he's like, yeah, that's during that phone call. He's like, yeah, that's him, and I'm like, oh man, like, you know, that probably killed his ass to even say that. You know, like, he spent a lot of time with him.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why the defense entered that video of the birthday party. I don't know if it was to try to like gain favor or what, but I don't think that helped any.
Yeah. I think it was interesting that there was like so many people like from his law firm there right away. That's crazy. They're almost like shielding him from, and they were like almost like they didn't want to do anything because they did a lot less.
Probably because they are implicated as well.
Well, not in the murders, but you know, they were just there that night to kind of like support. I don't know.
What if they were implicated in the Ponzi scheme, the money stuff of it?
There's like one guy, right? That one that
none of the lawyers from his firm are. He had a lawyer friend who was at a different firm that was, but and then the banker, and then his best friend
from Palmetto or something.
Yeah, the banker from Palmetto is Russell Lafitte.
And then Chris Martin was from the firm.
Chris Wilson is it?
Chris Wilson. Yeah, Chris Martin.
Yeah,
Thinking of like Coldplay. Chris Wilson.
He's from the other firm. Yeah.
He's from that's the one that is kind of like he lent him money, right? Is that the one that lent him like the part of the 792? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think I mean, they already have like what, 2 documentaries out, like the HBO documentary, and then I think there's one on Amazon, but I guarantee you it's going to be made into a movie. It's just so.
Yeah. It's
so much
like,
drama.
It's like stranger than like anything fiction, like even like Ozark, you know, people were saying that in the chat. It's different.
Comparable to Ozark.
Yeah, somewhat.
I mean,
unless like
off himself and he failed at it.
Like, I know that is like really takes some that's crazy. I mean, that's crazy, that whole part.
Yeah.
Will that be let in? I wonder if that part should let you know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I bet it will. Yeah. Testimony. Curtis.
Oh, the one that was he like his drug dealer too, or is that like a rumor?
Yeah, he's his drug deal. Well, that's what the defense said, is that he was his drug dealer, and he's actually a distant relative.
Yeah,
second or third cousin.
Crazy. And it's interesting that he didn't have like, if he was like in like fear for like Paul was in fear for his life or whatever with the boating accident, like there was like no cameras or anything for our time, you know, like there's no cameras around his property other than the deer cameras, you know.
Yeah. I thought that was very odd too. You know, you have this, you know, very big, nice estate, and you don't have any security cameras on it.
Yeah. I thought that was really weird.
Well, it was gated.
Not really. You saw
Betty got past the gate. So.
Yeah, you saw how gated it was. We can't even. Yeah, Bullhorn just pushed her right on. So she just walked. There really isn't a gate. I mean, there is a gate, but it's like you could walk around the gate. You know what I mean? Like she did. You know.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
it's not like totally.
It's
not totally gated. You know, like a gated property where there's like a gate around the whole thing.
You can't, like, if you see a gate, it's closed. That means you're not welcome. Go away.
Oh yeah, well yeah. But this, like, I
Gotcha.
mean, there was like no, yeah. I mean, I thought it was interesting that like no cameras, and but he did have like some deer cameras. He said, but
Trail
no,
cams, yeah.
yeah, but no cameras. That's kind of, you know.
What do you think about Don going on Dolly?
Oh, he went
Did
on
anybody know?
tonight.
No, last night.
Oh, I didn't even know. Did you guys
Did
know
you?
about that? Voices.
No.
Oh my dog.
Well, I
Big
thought
Pimpin', PIMP.
Dolly's, and then he went on Prayer Garden, and then he went on the Lab too. And I
Josh,
watched
yeah.
Heels. Did you guys watch Heels' video?
Yes, that's where I watched
No,
it.
man.
I
I
did
didn't
too.
see
You
it.
know what? I know somebody got really offended when I said that about Chris McDonough, but you know what? I really think that he is the one who set the narrative for how they were treated and what was said about them, and you know, how people thought of him. I really do believe that, and I will keep that belief.
I'll agree.
Pertaining to that, yeah. I think it was MK Ultra was the name of the channel that clipped the Dolly one. That's where I saw that, and it was just, you know, Dawn up there. So of course I watched it because it's anything to do with, you know, Summer or her case. I'm gonna watch it, but that was it. Oh, and he went on Cracking Cases. That's another one he went on. He was like everywhere
Yes,
last
He was
night.
like doing the round.
dropping the N-bomb like crazy on Cracking Cases
Yes.
last night.
What?
And he
Oh,
peed
girl,
on he peed on like what,
girl,
3
he was
lives?
dropping the N-bomb. Like, yes, he peed on Dolly's. He started pissing. Dolly's like, I gotta take you down. Back up.
He did it on Cracking Cases too.
Oh my
Oh,
God, girl, what the hell is he doing?
tragic.
What the fuck?
But I
Well,
don't
it's
know what
Summer's
shape
Day.
I'd
I
be
mean,
in.
you know, it's really tough on. I
Yeah.
mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure they're having a hell of a time. You know, so I don't
hmm Yeah.
try
I
not
don't
to.
know.
I mean, if he's starting to spiral, why would you continue to put him on a platform? All you're doing is helping contribute to the mess. And we know what happens. We've seen what happens before. Shame on you,
I think it's
YouTubers,
like
for doing
I
that.
think it's like a fine line because you know how Don is, and
hmm
I mean, it doesn't matter if you're not going to let him on, somebody else is. So
He'll go
Yeah.
somewhere else.
and
Yeah.
he's going to go panel hopping until somebody lets his ass the fuck up there. If he's got something he needs to say, he's gonna fucking say it on somebody's panel, on somebody's channel.
Yeah.
Somebody better let his ass the fuck up there to say it.
What is he needing to say right now? Like,
Oh my
anything.
God. Hold
He's
on.
just mad.
Hold on.
He's angry.
He's just mad at her.
He's mad at the fuck world, and I don't blame. Like I say, his little girl's missing. I get it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Well,
It's her
and the thing
birthday today too.
like he kept saying like 7 and 8 and 9, you know, like there were 7 and 8 and 9 women and that were going to come forward, and he was going to get arrested, and he was going to go straight to Utah when he got out, and just all this bullshit. You know what I mean? He fed his chat and his subscribers this bullshit for a long time, and fucking a lot of people believed it. Here.
He should just stay off of YouTube, you know?
He even
Yes,
had a
he
guy
really
on
should.
once that told him, like, no, this isn't like he had a
This
professional
is
on
not
one
good
time
for
that told him
you.
it wasn't going to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, he really, really should stay off of YouTube. I honestly do agree with Heels. Anybody that's recorded conversations and put them out, he should, you know what I'm saying? He should talk to a lawyer about it. He really should. Because it's bullshit when you can't have a fucking conversation with somebody because it gets put out on the fucking YouTube or whatever, and they monetary gain on it. Fuck that. That's bullshit. But here we go.
That Candace went for a walk, and then she said she didn't go for a walk. Dawn, why did the dispatcher say that Candace went for a walk, and then she said she didn't go for a walk? Oh, he hung up. Well, that was a great phone call. Hilarious. Dawn.
First and foremost, also, let me say it is Summer's birthday. So, Dawn, if he is and he does click the link, I probably will allow him to come up here. You know what I mean? I don't know that I will. I don't know that I won't. I don't know that I will. But if you're uncomfortable with it, or if anybody's uncomfortable with it, I totally understand. But I know that he's probably on the YouTube streets because
her birthday.
Yeah, and he's watching videos and looking at things. And I mean, I would be very fucking set because, I mean, every time he flips his phone open, he sees pictures and videos of Summer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And a lot of people are making money on his child's back and I mean, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. But I mean, and I have my own feelings towards Don as well. But you know what I'm saying? Just because I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
But I can separate those. I can separate.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Don,
How can you possibly wonder why he doesn't want to talk to you? You want to talk to him more about Jeannie. Ugh.
Look, man. Let's have a conversation. Why did Candace say that she was going for a walk to dispatch?
Man, because that was a miscommunication.
How is
man.
that
How many times do I got to go over the phone?
And I won't stop it again after this. I'll let it play through. But let me just say this. We have never been allowed to hear the 911 call. And I'll say this much. If the dispatch heard her say, I'm walking to go find my daughter. I walked down to go look for my daughter. I walked to the creek, or I walked from the creek to, they're thinking they could have worded it as she went for a walk or she walked down. Dispatch understands people all the fucking time, especially when they're fucking screaming or they're in a fucking panic. It's easy as hell to miss a word or misunderstand. And that's why dispatch asks so many questions, because they are trying to get it right, even if they have to ask it in a different way. They're trying to get everything figured out, every little detail, anything they can to, you know what I'm saying, accommodate. And sometimes it is hard to hear, and sometimes they don't hear everything you're saying, or sometimes they hear something different than what you're telling them. You know what I mean? Like it can be frustrating. I mean, I've been frustrated with them before on my own. You know, when I was trying to tell them something, they weren't listening, they weren't hearing what I was saying, and you're already frustrated anyhow, you know, so.
Well, and I took it as, you know, Candace possibly calling and saying, I ran everywhere looking for her, and then it gets translated into the mom went on a run or a walk, and that one is just an
What
easy
about
one.
they live at the top of a hill. She could have easily said, I walked down the hill.
Yeah.
That would have made it sound like she went for
Right.
a walk.
Yeah,
correct?
that's what I was saying. Walk down the hill, walk down, you know, like just, she could have said she walked down the driveway or walked down the road yelling for her. I walked from the creek to the road to the driveway to the, you know, just, I mean, just simply saying, you know, I walked from this, you know, from this corner to this corner, and I walked back up to the house and she wasn't anywhere to be found. And then, you know what I mean? They could have said, well, she went on a walk and walked from this, you know, who knows?
Well, and if she said, you know, I walked over from my mom's and she was gone, the dispatch isn't going to know that's 20 feet away. So
Right.
that could be it too.
I mean, exactly. It just happens. And I mean, for him to take, you know, I don't know, man. It just for people, especially like Josh and Chris, Chris knows
Right.
better.
To get hung
Josh,
up
I don't know.
semantics.
Chris definitely knows fucking better.
It's just not a hill to die on. I agree.
It's a miscommunication, Josh. It happens all the time in 911 calls. All the time. She probably said, I was walking looking for her. Who knows? It happens all the time. All the time. It's a tense situation. You have a dispatcher that's going as fast as she can to get information, to dispatch the information, and it happens. You're not going to figure this out because you're not GBI. You're not Hawkins County. Do you think they haven't asked that question, Josh? Don,
But
get
how's
off.
that a miscommunication?
Because dispatch, oh, you're not listening.
Yeah.
You want me to explain something, but you can't shut your mouth for 5 damn minutes. Because dispatch had a miscommunication. They didn't understand everything. Candace ain't walking down this hill to go for a walk for nobody except for to look for her daughter, number one. And when she did go look for her daughter, she drove her mama's truck.
Got it, Josh?
You there?
Yeah, I'm listening. You told me to shut my mouth. I'm listening.
Okay. Did you get it?
Okay, well, I'm telling you, and I've told it a million times. How many times I got to tell the same story over and over and over? Nobody can hear.
Okay, so you're saying that it was a miscommunication,
Yes.
that the dispatch lady's wrong, that Candace said that she went for a walk.
Miscommunication. Plain and simple.
It happens all the time.
Well, what about the time discrepancy?
Good Lord.
There is no time discrepancy.
Well, there is, because the 911 call was at 6:34.
No, there's not.
Yes, there was, Don. And
no, there's not.
Don.
No, you're wrong.
No, I'm not.
You're wrong.
Here's helping.
Again.
Just helping to find Summer. Good going, Josh. Keep asking the same questions. Don, please stop calling these idiots. Please.
I'm trying to tell y'all the truth, but y'all want to stir up a bunch of crap like Mr. Chris McDonough wannabe.
Okay, this isn't about Chris McDonough and your axe to grind with him. Okay, this isn't about him. This is this is between you and I.
No, you're his little buddy. You're his little tiny sidekick. So it is about him, because all you do is parrot what he says, and you look like the idiot that he looks like.
Okay, man, I've been your friend before, and I've talked to you many times in the middle of the night, going through all this trauma and everything else, and now all of a sudden you want to act like there's something going on, whoa, and all this crazy stuff. The fact of it is our little girl's missing, and y'all want to act like, you know.
Don, you and I have never been friends. What are you talking about?
You know what?
Listen, listen, Don, they're not your friends. Never think they're your friends, because as long as they've got super chat, they've got monetization, they've got their, memberships. They're not your friends. It doesn't pay to be your friend.
Tell them heels.
Chasing Truth is your friend. QueenBee is your friend. Neither one of them have ever once put out one of your phone calls. They don't sit around all day talking shit about you to make money. Chris McDonough has made a lot of money off of you. He's still cashing in. Every time somebody plays those phone calls that you need to sue to get him to take down, you can do that. He's going to keep making money. Josh, it's about money. Nothing else. Nothing he's doing is trying to help you. Please, please choose carefully who you speak to.
We have never been friends, but you want to act like you're my friend.
No, I don't.
Talk to me throughout the night, set me up, and make me look stupid.
No, I don't do that.
You know, you have the same MO as Chris McDonough.
Why do you keep bringing up Chris McDonough?
Because you just like him.
No, I'm not.
You come in here and act like he was our best friend. Let's find our daughter and everything else. And we turn to you people to help us find our daughter. And then you turn around and stab it in our bag just for content and click some views.
Yeah. The first question you asked, she was 5. You were, 12. You want to act like he 48-year-old man. What does that have to do with Summer? If they have a case, they should have brought it to the DA. What does it have to do with Summer? It was 40 years ago. 40 years ago. Gosh, you're entirely sick. To keep bringing that up is disparaging Summer's name. You are victimizing Summer, who you don't know at all was victimized. But you're turning her into a victim of sexual assault by saying that, because it has nothing to do with Summer. You're making it have something to do with Summer, and that's sick.
But whatever you think, Don.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah,
that's what most people think.
With that.
Well, that's good.
It's just about your show and you.
Read the room, Josh. That's what most people think. Get out of your little echo chamber. What are they saying? What time did she leave the house? Don, you don't need help making yourself look dumb. Don, shut the fuck up about how others are to blame for your trail of tragedy. Jesus, oh my God. Okay, hammer time. It's called interrogation tactics. Okay. Who said that? Loyal to a fault. Okay. Yes, she's missing, Dawn. Are you out looking for her now? No, you were here. If your goal is to find Summer, Dawn, then why do you waste your time calling YouTubers? Hey, mindful mama, Ray, I totally agree with you. Josh is a fucking waste of time. I agree.
It's not even about my daughter.
I know,
you don't give a damn about my daughter.
No, it's not. You're right. I don't.
Never give a damn about my daughter.
You're right. If that's really how you feel, Don, if that's really how you feel, that's a shame. Because everybody, listen, let me say something to you. Everybody's panel that you go on to, they kiss your ass because they think you're going to say something and tell them where Summer is.
Just like you.
No. Am I kissing your ass right now, Don?
No.
You got a little lilt in his voice there for a minute. Yeah. You used to kiss his ass until Chris McDonough came on board. Then you saw a great increase in your numbers.
Show did.
Oh, are you drinking tonight?
No, are you?
No, I haven't. No. I might
have. I love that.
No.
We've never had a conversation like this before, but since you're live, you want to act all crazy.
No, I'm not acting crazy at all.
Yeah, but you know what? When we talk one-on-one privately on the phone, when you're secretly recording my calls and crap, and then playing it later on. Man, be real, man. We're live right now. Why are you acting all crazy?
Don, please, please, please find an attorney. Let him know how many people played your confidential phone calls and they're making money on them, because your lawyer will get 33% of whatever he collects from these dirtbags, because it's illegal for them to profit off of you had a right to privacy. You had an expectation of privacy when they recorded them, and it doesn't matter whether it's a one-party state or two-party. What they can't do, regardless, is make money off of those phone calls without your consent.
Now,
am I acting crazy?
No.
Whatever, dude.
Am I acting crazy?
Man, you're a total different person when we're talking privately.
No. Do you remember the last conversation we had? Do you remember that last conversation we had?
I could give it
where you screamed at me, and I said, "If you want to know
right now,
if I said, if you want to know where your daughter is, go ask your wife."
And I do want to go there.
I think that's something foul as hell to say, because Candace already beats the fuck out of herself as it is.
I'm sure they both do.
And for him to say, "Go ask your wife," I'm sure he has, and I'm sure they've fought about it, and I'm sure they've been into knockdown dragouts. I'm sure they've been, come on, man. I'm sure there's been tears and arguments and sadness, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, most couples of a missing child don't stay together.
And with the alcohol and the drinking and the shit on the side, and man, come on.
Go ask Candace.
Yes, sir.
She's 5, Don.
She had been molested. She had been molested before I even come into the picture. Okay. I didn't even know what was going on.
So you thought you would just join the party?
And I told her no.
I don't know if you know this or not. You're denigrating a victim by saying that. So is Dawn. If she had been molested before, but she brought it out into the open. She's the one that brought it to Chris and Tiffany. But you don't have to continue to denigrate a victim. Neither one of you. But you keep bringing it up as if it's going to help find this little girl. And it's not going to. It's something that happened 40 years ago. No one has accused Dawn of sexual assault since then. No one. 40 years. They were kids. Kids experiment, especially kids that have been abused. Dawn came into that house when he was 12.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, this shouldn't even be talked about by you, Dawn, or by Josh. It's really triggering, and it's wrong. But Josh keeps bringing it up because he thinks he's going to get something different. When again, I cannot stress enough, this has not a fucking thing to do with Summer. Not a fucking thing. Please stop. Please. Take it to the FBI. Take it to Hawkins County. Take it to that little pissant town where they come from. Not here. Not anymore. Stop it. I wish Tiffany would get on board. I wish everybody would get on board and stop this, because it has nothing to do with Summer. There's not been a hint that it has to do with Summer. I don't know what your problem is. I just know doing this gets you more views. You'll get a lot of views on this because you're talking to Dawn and you're bringing this shit up over and over again. And it makes me sick. Please, people.
And it's wrong that, this way and that way, but you're not seeing my side of it. I'm the victim in this case.
That's right. He is.
Look, they tried to, Chris McDonough and all them tried to railroad me into prison and find signed false statements on me. Mary lied like a fucking dog.
Whoa.
Yeah, you damn right I'm
Whoa, What?
Mary is a very lovely human.
Oh, Mary. Now, Mary made them lots and lots of clicks and views and subs. Don't you talk about Mary. Whoa. Boy, we love Mary. She makes us special hamburgers.
Chris McFluff.
And you are not. And you are not.
Yeah, who lied for a year, Josh? Mary. And Jeannie. And John.
And I remember when I called her out for that and I said, listen, I think there's something else going on for that. Like, I think there's something else going on here. I'm not sure. I don't like, something ain't right. You know what I mean? I remember I pissed some people off with that.
I don't know. I know that creator latched onto her though, and in my opinion, exploited her as well.
He rode the fucking wave. He's still riding the wave. And she got a whole cooking channel, and she got a fucking, 6, 7, 8,000 subs out of it, and a cookbook, and all off Summer's back.
What is with all these people coming in and trying to make cooking channels off these missing children? Why do they exploit them for cooking channels?
It would be the same as you guys doing it with crafting channels and shit. Like, what the fuck?
I'm sorry. I might talk about true crime on my crafting channel, but there is no way.
Latch onto a baby and build a crafting channel off their fucking back. Like, that's totally different.
Hell no.
That's not. She, you know what I'm saying? She hadn't even met Summer. She didn't even know her. Sad as hell, man. And she latched the fuck onto this for something like she said, what did she say, 46 years ago? That's a long fucking time.
I think it's just 40.
Josh and Chris and Trish, you're all fucking liars. The statute, I'll say it again for the 100th time. The statute of limitations had run. It wasn't retroactive when they changed the law. If you are that stupid that you just went along for a year, then you're just stupid and maybe not a liar. Maybe Mary's just stupid. Chris isn't stupid. He knew it. And so he lied to you. And you went along with it. You're evil. He's evil. I don't know about Mary being evil, but everybody lied. And she may have been lied to. Chris may have furnished her with a detective, which I'm sure he probably did, and told her, listen to him. I don't know who it would be. I've got a feeling, but you don't know Mary. Mary is his sister, not yours. She's just somebody you made money off of.
By the way, you ripped her shirt when she fell down. You ripped her shirt on accident.
What?
Everybody I've ever helped out, I ripped their shirt, Don.
Ripped her shirt?
Oh, wow, dude.
Where did that
come
come
from? That's all made up bullshit.
You said you ripped her shirt.
He said
Why don't you go back to the original video she made where she said I actually helped her up when we were just playing?
Well, you said you helped her up, but then you accidentally ripped her shirt.
Yeah, I helped her up, dumbass.
But you ripped her shirt while you did it. Right?
Freaking head.
Who said he ripped
Ain't nothing else happened beyond that point.
And so you and your buddies chased her around. She fell down. You picked
her, man. You want to make me into a monster? You know what? You can fuck off, dude.
No, what is the name?
He is not law enforcement.
Look, Chris is 100% texting him. Ask him if he knows who it is. Come on.
Thing to you?
Sure don't.
Yeah, you're a liar. You know.
No, you're a liar.
So guess what, Don? He's the third. Is the third.
I'd have no idea.
Chris is making it
You
up.
have no clue. You didn't get a victim statement from her.
No, there is no victim statement from her. I have a victim statement from Mary, and I have a victim statement from Jeannie. No others. There were two. Man, the fucking Ogden City police called me and read both statements to me, and I laughed.
So, Josh, who's lying to you, babe? Chris is just making up names like he's done all along. 7 victims, 6 victims, 5 victims. They put them all together and made 3 cases. It's all been lies. All of it. And you continue to go along with it. You should be sued. You really should be sued. Maybe Don will win the lottery and sue the fuck out of you and Chris. Because what you're doing is defamation.
I told him it was all bullshit, and then I told him what it was really about was my dad's house. Because they wanted me out of the way because they wanted my dad's house and all his money. No.
Does Candace want to talk to it?
No.
No, she don't want to talk to your dumb ass.
Why not? I have questions for her. Maybe she'll talk to me.
Because man. Because you're just like a Chris McDonough wannabe. And
You are obsessed. You are obsessed with Chris McDonough.
No, you are.
No, Chris McDonough did a lot of fuck shit.
Heel sarcasm just kills me. I love it.
I fucking love it. I love it. She be setting them fuckers straight.
She's so sassy with it.
And anybody that needs a rundown, you guys can go to Scientific Skeptic, and he will give you a rundown of the shit that Chris McDonough did, because it's a whole lot. There's a whole lot to it, and we'll do a live and go over it someday.
Well, I'll give you the shortened version. When Chris did the video of Don and Candace's house, he thought Don was hiding in that shed, and he has been fixated on that ever since. So ever since that moment, Don wasn't in the shed. He'll bring up the shed here in a little bit in this live. And then
He's obsessed with that shed.
is when
I meant when like Chris was a police officer and all that shit happened because Don.
Oh yeah, that I know there's a lot there with that.
There is, and she Heels goes into it a little bit, but if you need to get more information, Scientific Skeptic has done like a deep dive on it and shit. And I'll have to reach out to him and like do a have him come over and talk to us and shit, because he knows a lot about what happened and all that, and it was awful. So
what is Chris?
No,
Chris
What have you done?
McDonough's not on here, and I'm not talking about him.
No, you're not talking about him, but you're reading his text. You didn't pull it out of your ass. He's texting you. It's so typical. I'm surprised he hadn't tried to jump on yet.
Yeah.
Okay, well, do you want me to set up a phone call between you guys?
No.
I don't want to talk to that sorry losing son of a bitch and piece of shit. Hell no.
Why not?
Why not?
3 14-year-old boys to prison for murder, man.
No, actually, that's not true. They're not there.
No.
They're not in prison.
Yeah, it is true.
No, it's not, Don.
No, they're not now because they
never went to prison, Don.
Yeah, he went to jail. He sure did. You've got it all wrong. I've sat and listened to Chris try to explain that shit away to you, and you eat it up. And there's not even enough time to put that all together, but he lied to you. He continues to lie to you. He says the dog didn't bark and blah, blah, blah. Maybe, just maybe, you could take a day and research the case. He lost twice to 2 of those boys. Twice. He was sued twice and had to settle twice.
They never went to prison.
He was going to prison for murder, Josh. He was in jail for I don't know how many months. A 14-year-old boy that he railroaded. It's all in the paperwork. The judge had a lot to say. Why don't you read?
Whether they went to prison or not, he still got sued for $7.7 million.
No.
Yes.
The Oceanside.
Yeah, Oceanside. Yes, their insurance paid for it. He was the only cop from Oceanside. So when it says Oceanside had to pay, they were paying for Chris. Only Chris. No one else. San Diego County had to pay for the other one. Chris was the only Oceanside detective that was sued. Period.
Side did. Not him.
And then he was also sued by the other guy. There was another $1 million settlement. I can't remember the guy's name. One of the other kids. And they won. Or settled. And Oceanside had to pay for that.
Whatever, man.
Yeah, whatever.
He's still after 14-year-old boys, just like you are. What the hell? Are you a pedophile or something? What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Why are you after a 14-year-old boy? What's wrong with you, man?
Say hi. Go ahead.
Get off. If it's Chris, you.
Hey, Gunn, I think you're lying again.
Oh, man.
And I think
Get
we need
off.
to clarify. No, I think you're lying, a piece of shit, too. Now, I know you do.
Get the
I'm
fuck
good with
off.
that. So let's talk about Robert. Let's
Get
talk
off
about Robert. I don't know no.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. He was texting him.
Like that. Well, she's on your victim list.
No, she's not.
No, she's not. You want to bet?
Yeah.
My victim list. That's a lie. You want to bet?
Oh my God, you
Yeah, I'll bet
absolute
you. Okay. How much you bet you bet?
trash. Hey, Chris, are you helping with finding Summer again? Who's
Let you know where you got me messed up. You know where do I got you messed up? Where do I got you messed up? Because the detectives called me from Utah and read all the statements to me. Yeah, there were 3 of them, right? Bunk all of them. But there were 3 of them, right? Why am I not arrested? Why am I not in Utah?
Chris? 3? You said there were 7. 7 women.
And Mary came forward.
Yeah.
They were the first 2. And subsequently, there were a total of approximately 7 women. But is that correct? If I remember right,
correct?
7.
Yeah.
And some of those aren't even family members.
Right.
And we can only imagine how many others there are. And Utah has been investigating these cases.
Now there are 3. Huh.
Yes, there's 3 of them.
There ain't no bond.
Now there's 3. He argued with Mary. No, there are 7, right, Mary? Right? Mary. Yeah. There's 3. There's 7. I mean, there's 4. I mean, whatever you say, Chris.
Okay, so they made up the statements read to you? Yes, they did. Okay, all 3 of them? They did. Yes, they did. All
He's
3 of them.
saying he read what he was read the statements, not that Utah made up the statements. Chris knows how to do this. And then he'll turn around and say, Dawn said the police made it up. Oh my God.
Yes, sir.
I thought there was only 2.
Okay.
Oh, shut up, Josh. Shut up.
Well, there was 2 major ones, and then there was a third. There's a third one that didn't really say anything. It was really something really retarded and stupid.
So there was 3.
But I know. Wait a minute, Josh. What was the third one? What was the third? I'm not going to mention.
That's none of your business, Chris. It's a victim statement. You're not a cop. You're not privileged to that.
You guys. She just said Chris, and I fucking lost it. Because you know how
I love how she talks to them in this one. It's like one of my favorites.
she lights the ass up. I love it, but Chris McDonough. Because you know, Chris.
You can't even get it out.
Girl, I'm cracking up. I heard that shit. I was like, no, she didn't. Chris.
Chris. Gotta hold your intention.
Look, it's Chris with a TH. Chris with like TH to like. I can't even teach you how to do it now. Look, Chris. I cannot, you guys.
This is the best.
Okay, guys. Okay. Okay.
I hate that.
Okay, it's the Christmas thing away. Look, she voices does it. Voices do it again. She does it better.
Chris McDonough, you gotta hold them dentures. You gotta get them dentures and hold them in place with the front of your tongue. It's Chris. Chris McDonough. Chris.
All right, that's it.
You're nobody. Why are you questioning him like that? You want him to name the woman? You're something.
Why not? It didn't happen. You said it didn't happen. So let's talk about it. What
Oh my
didn't
gosh.
happen? No.
Okay, I'm going to be sure to send this police department. Trying to get him to name a victim and what she said. Wow. Wow.
No, hold up, man. You guys are taking it all out of context. Okay, put it in context.
Shut up, Chris.
But they put it in context. But what they did is they made it sound a whole lot worse than the actual truth.
And when he says they made it sound worse, he's talking about Mary, Jeannie, and Trish, not the police department, which he's going to twist this.
Okay, that's your side. I get that. What about the third one? That's stuff.
Keep asking.
What about the third one?
What do you want
Put
to know?
that in context.
What do you want to know? Who's, why are you naming Chris? You're naming a victim when you couldn't do it for a year?
Hey, that girl, Chris, you better fucking stop it right now, Chris McDonough.
Thanks for letting me up, guys.
Oh my gosh, that girl, you're the best at it. Okay, you're the new winner.
I was really hoping you could let me know what's going on.
That girl. I'm so glad.
That girl for the win.
Y'all got me laughing so hard I can't even string beads. So I said, fuck it, I'm going to click the link.
You did it so good.
Chris
Oh my
McDonough's
gosh.
up here interrogating Don.
That's
And Heel's gotta go. Look, Heel's reaction. I love Heel's reaction to all this. It cracks me up. But when she said Chris, I fucking fell out.
Oh, I know y'all had me laughing so hard. I was like, these bitches, now I got to stop what I'm doing and go play.
Go play. Oh.
Like, no.
You guys to be more serious. Serious.
Seriously, guys, I'm asking you, please,
All
seriously.
you have to do is stick the tip of your tongue just lightly between your front teeth.
Every time, look, turn all your S's into THs.
But that's how you do it, is by sticking the tip of your tongue between your front teeth.
Chris.
Chris.
Officer Chris McDonough.
Oh shit!
Don't worry about it. Don't call me Chris. Just call me McDonough. Okay? Okay.
Call me McDonough.
He hyper focuses on this shed. I'm like, dang, is it a set or is it a shed? It's a set.
I don't know. I really felt like he hyper focused on the swing. Didn't he hyper focus on the swing? I felt like hyper focused on the swing.
He focused on the shed. The shed.
Swing.
The swing and the shed.
Look, if you're in the chat at home, you guys better be turning your S's into THs and going Chris.
Country said shed. She's like, everyone else is doing
with us. Too.
Look, Nathan said, okay, you guys are in shambles.
You mean shambles.
You mean sambles.
You mean sambles.
This is a very serious topic, you guys. You need to calm it
Chris
down.
Away.
Simmer down. I can't do it.
It's the
simmer down, lady. Simmer down.
Simmer down, ladies. Simmer down.
Chris McDonough.
Sample.
Well, she said something because they talked to you about it. Well, I don't want to mention her name. I'm not putting her name out there. No problem. It's not my what. Okay, great.
Wait, he says don't mention the name after he puts the name out there?
I do put right out there.
What did you ask?
Stop asking, Chris McDonough.
Chris was yelling
Stop
at
it,
Dawn
Chris.
to not put the name out, but he already said her name.
Because he's rude.
Rude.
So rude.
Get it together, Chris.
So very, very rude.
He doesn't have any manners.
He's not housebroken.
Oh my God. Smoke them if you got them. Get your drink, drink.
Sambles.
Sambles. Hashtag sambles.
Saturday night shambles.
Saturday night shenanigans.
Shenanigans. It's shenanigans.
Shenanigans the Chris McDonough way.
Oh, that girl, you're the best.
Shenanigans, Chris.
Hijinks and shenanigans.
Oh my God. All right, guys, this is a serious moment. If you haven't, please go hit that like button. So Queen
Hit
some
that
love.
thumbs up, you
Smoke 'em
little
if you got 'em.
fuckers.
Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Smoke 'em if you got 'em.
I can't do
Smoke 'em.
The Chris McDonough way.
I hate when it's real bad is when he has kind of a dry mouth and he clicks in between two.
Oh my God, I can't click
Yeah.
like that. But if I
It
could,
is his
yeah,
dentures, you guys. He has dentures. And
I
Yeah, but
know
he
it.
gets worse with dry mouth.
Yes.
It's horrible when he's got. Yeah, he needs to take a fucking drink and put some extra glue in
Yep.
because fuck those guys.
Put some extra glue in.
That's exactly what
On their
happens
own.
when the mouth gets
Yeah.
dry. The plate lets
His
go.
mouth has got a beat of its own. Like
You need that moisture in there to keep the suction going. So that's the dentures pushing on each other.
Queen, what do you mean he uses Polydent?
He doesn't use enough Polydent. That girl, I'm sorry to tell you, but that girl, he does not use enough Polydent.
It's Polydent.
Chris.
Polydent.
Hey.
Polydent.
Polydent. Oh, my face hurts. Y'all gotta stop, bitches.
Hey guys,
I can't breathe.
hey guys, you gotta settle down, guys.
I can't breathe. Serious. Stop laughing. Fuck.
No, there isn't. Okay, well, I guess we'll see. Y'all making that up, man. You think so? Y'all making every bit of these lies up because I think you're done. Y'all worried about content, clicks, views, and your bullshit lies. Guess what? I'm not even live on my channel. I'm over here with. Okay, tell me when you're done. What about Summer? Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What about Summer?
What about Summer?
What about it? Let's talk about the shed.
The shed.
Let's talk about the shed.
In all seriousness, that bitch was foul as hell for that because as soon as he said it's about Summer, which it is about Summer, he turns it around and says, "What about the shed?" Like, bitch, if you don't get your goddamn shit, can't say your S's at all and sit the fuck down. Take several.
He needs to know about the shed.
The Chris, yeah, he needs to know about the shed. The shed.
He needs to know. Everybody deserves to know.
QueenBee, can I sit? Can I sit right here next to you?
Look, Earth, I'm done, son. Look, she said, do I need to come up there and put y'all in the thorner?
That's not funny, Earth. I need to be able to throw in the little whistle, Earth.
With the click clack. With the.
Don't make me go get my old pair of dentures, y'all.
All right,
I'll my old
voices. I'll start
totally do it.
When you talk, I'm gonna clack for you, okay?
Okay.
With the Chris McDonough.
You better act right, voices. Oh, we're gonna have to practice that.
Don, you want to talk about the show? About Summer? I care about Summer, actually.
Now he's going to go into the trafficking, which he directed Jeannie and Mary. You can see my pinned video where he
You do that,
said,
Seth?
where he had them say, Don trafficked Summer out of the shed. He still has the red ass because he made an ass of himself, saying Don was hiding from him in the shed the day he went up there to film. This sick motherfucker is going to do this again. Unfucking believable. Saying little Summer was trafficked and having sex with men. That's what you're saying, Chris.
Horrible.
Just for your ego. Just to soothe your ego. And this little insignificant lump on the ass of humanity is going along with it. Ooh, boy, you're going to get some hits today.
No, you don't. What have you done to help Summer? Are you a lot? Summer on your fucking
You've done
page?
nothing.
Is he on your YouTube channel?
Did you just say?
McDonough is one of the biggest tragedy pimps out here.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Did she just say he
Chris
was trapped out of the shed?
Swear to God,
he just said,
girl.
he just he insinuated that Summer was being trafficked out of that shed, the same one that Monster Face went and trespassed into.
Chris, now
He said
Chris.
that since the beginning.
Jay, I hope I live long enough to need a full mouth of dentures. I hope I get old and crusty and need all the fake teeth. I would be blessed to live that long, Jay. That's not bad karma. That's a blessing.
And then I'm gonna come on here and click, clap, torture the fuck out of y'all.
And then y'all can hear us talk like this all the time.
Better still have the fucking hive.
Pop them out.
Welcome to the hive, bitches.
Hive.
Well,
Oh, my
that's the
face
thing,
hurts.
y'all.
It's-
I don't understand. I don't have my teeth 90% of the time, and you don't have a problem understanding me.
Well, that's because you practice articulating yourself properly.
But you don't talk with you know, the T, the lisp and the clacks and the, you know what I'm saying? Like you don't.
I'm gonna go get my old dentures. I'm gonna put them in, and I'm gonna show you guys how bad they are.
You're gonna start clacking at us and shit. Like I feel like his teeth are having a conversation with us on their own.
They are. They are.
They're like clacking and shit.
And I like it.
He wants to sit here and give Don all this shit. Like, come on, man. We could be giving you all types of shit.
Girl. Oh my goodness.
I wonder what is what. Oh, you know what? Don't even let me go.
No, be sweet now.
I just like, I wonder, you know, because I mean, you know, like, I got money. That's all I'm saying with no teeth. I'm sure she loves the shit. Whether he can send the message or not.
Hell, maybe she's the good wife that goes to the store and
Queen, do you think Chris tells her to sit on his face?
Oh my God.
Probably, you know what? He probably does over in the shed.
No, they do it. They do it
in the
Cheryl, please come sit on my face.
I'm worried about the bullshit that happened 40 years ago, which is straight bullshit. And you're worried about it. That's what you're worried about. Fuck you guys. Okay, we're good with that. Yeah, so okay. Now you want to talk railroaded by a bunch of lies and shit. That's okay with business. That's how you dumb motherfuckers are. I'll tell you that right now.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get off here right now, and I'm going to call the Roy City Police Department.
Whoa.
I appreciate how you're dead, however. Yeah, you need to wake the fuck up and fucking smell the roses, what you need to do. Not a problem. I've been doing this a couple of weekends, and you're not even a challenge. Yeah, well, so let's talk about
He hung up.
Good. Good.
Wow, you know, whatever.
We'll kind of do a high, if you remember. So Mary's case and Jeannie's case is at the DA's office. It's being reviewed for charges against DW. There are a total of 7 victims. 3 of them are solid. The other 4 are good, but they're not as strong, but they are survivors and they are victims.
Look at Chris, and this is December of 2022.
Uh-huh.
So this is just like a month ago where he again tries to pull his bullshit. And I said this whole fucking time, he kept saying 6, 7, 8. Like, get the fuck out of here. You fucking, he's blowing smoke.
So listen to this guy. This is
Idaho
great.
in his little camper.
You ready? What'd you say? You listened to the, you want me to play this? Are you ready? Are you
Yeah,
gonna say
listen to what this guy says. It's it's on point.
And limitations has run. There are some exceptions for it. The law has since changed, but because of our rule against imposing ex post facto laws, meaning you can't create a law today to make something that you did yesterday criminal, you can't change the statute of limitations and make it retroactive, right? So if the statute of limitations under the old law has run, which it has in that case, you can't change the law to make it different. Now, there are exceptions for minors, and there are exceptions for if you didn't discover the evidence, if you didn't know about it, but that was not the case here. So they were aware of the crimes way back when. It wasn't reported back then. It wasn't investigated back then. Sometimes if the person goes into hiding, that tolls the statute of limitations. There are some exceptions, but when we looked into it, none of the exceptions applied in this case.
It looks like you're sleeping.
At
He
the end
knows.
of the day, it's really sad that we still have no clue where that baby is. It's fun to make jokes because you got to have some light moods sometimes because it's fucking depressing. But it's just like, damn, man.
I mean, you gotta laugh at these clowns because these are fucking clowns. And what's the saddest part of it is all the whole, is when you watch the video, the original video where he goes and talks to Candace. And they're standing there talking, and he's like, I'm an ex-officer, or I'm a retired officer, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't say ex-officer, which is what he is, but he, anyhow, he does, you know what I'm saying? He makes her feel really, really comfortable. It's like almost like he was trying to use his, his tactics on her, and he made her feel super fucking comfortable. She took him in, she showed him the house, like she took him down, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, he did.
She took him to the, the fishing hole or whatever the hell, the horse stables, whatever they call that. I always get, you know what I mean? Somebody always calls it something different. Anyhow, she took him pretty much everywhere. You know what I mean? Like she showed him around and all that. And he swore up and down that Don was hiding from him in the shed. Now, why the hell would Don hide from him? Who the fuck are you to hide? Why would anybody hide from you?
My guess is Dawn's work tools were in that shed, and she didn't want it blasted out there. She knew he was recording. Like,
right?
They already had issues up there, but that would just be my guess.
Yeah, it's not really rocket science on that one. Why people wouldn't want? That's so stupid.
Well, yeah, what the hell? You know what I mean? And she doesn't even know you're in here. She was already nice enough to take you in her fucking, in her house and, take you around and show you everything. I mean, he's made hundreds of dollars off that video.
Even if he was hiding in the shed, what
Fuck,
the
he's
heck
went over it. How many times has he went over that fucking video?
Oh God, I don't even know.
You know what I mean? Like he's went over that video and replayed it like
at
50
least
fucking times, literally.
At least once a day for 30 days, at least afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Wizzy Wig got us those people there, zealots.
Oh man. Oh, I swear.
Yeah, she when I heard Mary coming up talking about, it's the McDonough fluff burger. I'm like, oh God, that was so fucking cringe. I'm like,
Yeah, no fluff burger, thank you.
No McFluff burger here.
That's
Click clack. Keep it to yourself.
Yeah, no, we're good without all that. I like mine younger than that. Ugh.
Yeah, she was. Last I knew, she was like cooking beer can chicken wings and just basic ass shit.
I don't know. I never followed it.
No, I didn't follow it either. But I went to go see what the fuck she had going on over there when I heard about this fucking fluff ass shit burger.
Wow.
This someone's like, yeah, and then you know what I mean. I felt like
Mm-hmm. I think
he
you broke up some.
Buddied up with Chris, and then you know what I'm saying. She knew he was lying. She knew she was lying. But she still kept feeding the shit. She still kept it going. They still ran with the same narrative, knowing damn the fuck well. I mean, shit, they knew Don wasn't going to get transferred, but how many lives did they do talking about it? Making people fucking think that shit. He had like 3,000 people in the chat last time he pulled his bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
That's wild.
Hell yeah. And then you got people like earlier, I mentioned his fucking name. She's like, this isn't the place for me. I really like Chris. I'm not going to be able to stay here. Well, then don't. Shit. This is not the word. Don't worry about your departure. We don't give a fuck. Take off later.
Yeah, if that's your cup of tea, then you're definitely not ours, baby.
That's right.
I don't know all his past crimes. I do know crimes. That's quotes, obviously, but I do know when he did the nomadic trek stuff because I was on Twitter during that during the Gabby Petito case and when that happened. That's all I really know.
I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, that was
messed up.
A whole situation in itself.
All I've ever had to do is look at him, and he just creeps me out. He looks like Uncle Bad Touch. I don't need to know anything more.
Uncle Bad.
Bitch, you did not just say Uncle Bad Touch.
She did.
You're grounded. You got no more. No more. Uncle Bad Touch is not necessarily, what he wants to be known as.
I just don't know why he's so fixated on one narrative, the trafficking narrative, and when he is, a law enforcement officer, he knows what evidence they would have secured, and if it implicated the Wells in anything, it would have been already started. Something would have been happening already, but he knows.
You would definitely think so, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It makes more money his way, I'm sure.
Well, and I was listening to him. You know how I've always said I thought Jody Sue's son was suspect. You know what I mean? Because he would have because of these other cases, and that with the 14-year-old boy, the neighbor boy that murdered his neighbor girl and put her under his waterbed. Remember the mom was leaking?
I don't know that one.
Look, if he pulled what?
I don't know that one.
Yeah.
Girl.
It's bad.
Yeah, trigger warning here. I'm going to tell you about it real quick. So there was two girls that lived across the street, and this little boy, he lived across the street from him, you know what I mean? And the two girls, well, he really liked the older sister. The older sister was busy, so the younger sister came up, she was out like walking around asking kids to play. And he couldn't go outside and play. So when he opened the door, he's like, no, I can't come outside and play, but you can come in here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she goes inside the house, and they went upstairs. He ends up, he didn't grape her, but he did pull her pants. She was found with her pants around her ankles. I don't know why, but it came back. He didn't do that. He didn't do anything to her, but very odd that you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Anyhow, he had actually strangled her, and his dad came home, and he shoved her under the waterbed. You know how there's boards under your waterbed or whatever? He pulled one of the boards back and shoved her under there. And 3 or 4 days went by. He went out and helped look for her. He went to the what the hell is that called? The services and stuff. And the vigil. Yes. He
Not
went
the vigil people.
Went and helped and everything. It was horrible. And then his mom, actually, he never even said anything. He went to school. As a matter of fact, it was like a week. It was I think it was like a week later. I want to say a week or maybe even like 10 days, something like that.
Oh my God.
10 days, yeah, because a week had went by. They had been looking for her, searching for her. Cops were still outside. You know what I mean? Like they had, you know what I'm saying? Like it was serious. Like it was a big, serious search effort and stuff. Anyhow, though, his mom was cleaning his fucking bed. She kept saying like there was this pungent smell. Like she couldn't figure out what was going on. She was like, "Oh, it's just a teenage boy. I just thought it was like socks, underwear, and just nasty stuff from his room." She's like, "I didn't understand where the smell was coming from, but I kept smelling this certain smell." She said it wasn't until there was a leak on the floor coming from what looked to be under the water bed. So she pulled the board off or whatever, pulled the blankets up and, pulled the board back. And she said she screamed so fucking loud and went running out the front fucking door that the police officer was standing inside the living room across the street and heard her yelling and came out and asked what happened. And she said, my son's bedroom. She's in my son's bedroom.
Oh my God.
Yeah, absolutely horrific case, man.
And he actually he had, been dreaming about doing this to the older sister, but because she was gone and he got the chance to do it to the younger sister, I'll look up the case and I'll send it to you so you can actually read it or whatever.
Yeah.
But it was awful. It was awful.
Oh yeah.
So that was your thought.
Then you have that other girl, the little one that was in Wisconsin. She was a beautiful little girl. What was her name? I'm trying to think. I want to say Lexi or Lexis, but her 14-year-old cousin was supposed to be walking her home.
Yep. Yeah, I know that one.
Yep. And and then check this shit out. The little fucker went back and moved her body after. I mean, so if a 14-year-old's capable of that shit, then a grown man would be capable of it. You know what I'm saying? I kept saying, I thought, but then you have those tree movers too. And all I kept thinking was Athena Strand's case where look how that happened so quick with the FedEx driver. There was, people across the street cutting down trees and shit. So, what if she walked down with the dogs down to the bottom of the hill, which is where the trail went down, and that's where her scent was at? What if she went down there and one of them snatched her? We don't fucking know. Or what if she got hit by their car and they put her in the fuck, just like supposedly what happened with Athena? We don't know, but I'm just saying, like, we have to keep our minds open, and everybody keeps wanting to blame Dawn and Candace. Like they cannot wrap their mind, they can't get their minds off of them to open, because look at all these different cases. Like I just said, these two 14-year-old boys, look what they did, and they went to the vigil, went, looked for him, and the one kid went back and moved her body and moved it under, and then he actually SA'd her after she was already passed away. I mean, how disgusting. Yeah. And that was his own cousin. You know what I'm saying? It was awful. It's fucking awful. I mean,
there are so many things that it could be, and I just hope we get some answers soon. That's my prayer.
Yeah.
One day to get some answers for sure.
Well, and it's really messed up too, is they say that, while I know they searched a lot, and they searched, like a lot of the properties and lands and stuff, but I know that they also could not go on the neighbor's property and certain properties, and they asked them to look, including Jody Sue. I'm not saying that she did anything to Summer, and I don't, in my mind, think that she ever did anything to Summer. That's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Do I think she was a shit neighbor? Yeah. Do I think they fucking, smoked and all that and passed pills? Yeah, I do. You know what I mean? Like, I think they knew each other. You know what I mean? Like, I think they were friends. Like, I think not like friends, but I think they was friends. And
well, I'm pretty sure they did search their property, though. I think, like, in the beginning, it was just asked for, to search your own property, but
yeah, see, they did go back.
Yeah, there's because there was I don't know if it was EquiSearch that searched their property or another one, but they have like a huge trash pile behind their property, and there was like some comments made from searchers about it. So I'm pretty sure they did a thorough search of that.
Okay. Good deal. Well, at least they did. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, the whole Ziggy Bones and that bullshit situation, that shit pissed me off because I thought, what the hell,
He's sus guy, yeah.
Yeah, and you know what I'm saying? And to hear that and think that might possibly be your child, you know what I mean? And that she's been, you know what I'm saying? That she's been there, this whole time. And then you have to hear it on YouTube. I felt horrible for Candace when that happened. Then come to find out it was the whole animal thing. And she was in the hotel crying. And I'm like, Jesus, fuck. You got to be joking me, like.
Why do you think her case, I don't know, her case just seems to be a lot crazier than some of the other ones that I've followed, and I don't know.
I think because in the early days when everything happened and they were obviously experiencing some trauma, the parents came on YouTube sloshed and shit. And we don't get that interaction with the family generally. And people just
Not only that, Don is Don. He's, you know what I'm saying? Like he
Yeah.
pissed. He pooped on the live stream. He just did obnoxious ass shit. Like he was, and their country ass folk, they was not ready for the internet. They was not ready for YouTube. That, you know what I'm saying? And the fucking, and of course they played games back with everybody, and everybody took it serious. And, you know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, it was some fuck shit that they pulled, and they shouldn't have done that, but they did. You know what I mean? But there's, I mean, I don't know. It's just a lot of fuck shit. You know, they weren't prepared for the bullshit they walked into. Just like Fashion, like I said, she's just not prepared for the bullshit she walked into. You know what I mean? Or that she got dropped into. You know.
It is a lot. It is.
You can be around here for a long time and still not be prepared to the bullshit that you're about to walk into. Like, that's just.
Yeah, girl, shit. I've been here a couple years and still I'm lost on some shit. Like I still have no idea. And then you know what? There's other situations that I don't want to know. I don't even pay attention deliberately because I don't want to be in it. I don't care. I don't want to know about it.
Ignorance is bliss in some certain situations, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel bad for him. And then he comes on here and he here, I'm gonna pull this up real quick. He goes on he went fuck off on Dolly. And Dolly was actually trying to be pretty fucking cool with him, it seemed like. But then again, it was like, I know that Dolly also gave him money and shit like that. So, you know what I mean? I know that. Oh, here, and I wanted to play this too. This is the.
I do feel like Dolly handled, out of all of the lives that I watched Don on last night, Dolly handled him the best. He took him down when he was peeing, and he, tried to calm him down. And I'm just gonna be honest. I think he handled, he tried. He tried.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Don was pretty hot. You know what I mean? He was coming in fucking hot regardless. So I know he did try. You know what I mean? It seemed like he was really trying to be cool and shit. You know what I'm saying? But Don was pissed. He wasn't fucking having no part of that bullshit, and he didn't give two shits. You know what I mean?
No, not at all.
But I will say this. This is the Don Wells official. Says, 7th birthday. AF Pennington. She always makes beautiful videos. So if you guys,
good.
Yes, I was gonna say if you get a chance, go watch them. Sub up, and AF Pennington does some really good artwork. She has some really good editing and stuff too. Go ahead, G.
$599. It's been 599 days since you disappeared. The number of Facebook groups that carry your name. $1,150. the number of searchers that TBI state originally were out looking for you. 13,800, the number of hours that were logged during the initial and early stages of your search. 170, the number of interviews that TBI say they conducted. 2,000, the number of tips that law enforcement has stated they've received. 3, the number of vigils that were held to honor the 1 year since your disappearance. 2, the number of birthdays you've had since you disappeared. 4,
That was beautiful. She makes really, really good videos. You know what I mean? I think she's got another one up there. I'm not sure. But she does really, really good.
That is amazing.
It's super sad though.
It really is. It really is. Let me go see if I can find this other one that she made.
I can't believe we're coming up on 2 years.
I know. Isn't that's
Yeah, Cappy, I think that was like total tips, but it could be just local, but I don't know. I do know what you're talking about though, how they were going to stop taking online tips because it was getting so ridiculous.
Yeah, they asked people not to turn them in from Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah, nutty people just get crazy ideas.
Well, JLR is reporting people left and right, like he knows what's going on in their lives. It's ridiculous. Reporting Robin really upset me. That was
Gosh, that was so sad. Fuck. She said, what, 599 days? It's a lot of days.
yeah, it is. Here's her other one that she's got. Here, let me mute real quick.
As I have stated before, the spreading of false information in any case should be avoided at all costs. I therefore would like to present evidence that several comments have been made erroneously, thus allowing those that made them the opportunity to rectify it. The comments were made within the comments section of the following video. I can confirm that this is inaccurate. YT has taken a still from the video and used it as a thumbnail. Let's look at the footage Whitey took it from and see if the balloons are real. As can clearly be seen, the balloons are not photoshopped or added in post-production. Within the same comments section, the following comments were made.
I'm gonna give people time to watch this, but or to read that. But yeah, misinformation about these guys has ran rampant all over YouTube for the last 2 years they've been out here, year and a half,
20 months.
2 years, 20 months. Yeah.
20 months.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it'll be
awful.
July, right? Because she went missing. Was it July 5th? You guys, what day was it? 6th?
June 15th.
June 15th. Jesus, I was way off. I don't know
That's
why
okay.
I thought the beginning of July, but I just know it's this summer.
Michael
Yes,
went missing in July.
Gosh.
Yeah.
And
You can't
that
even combat the misinformation. It is so much and so frequent.
yeah, it really is. It's tough.
I'm glad that I never had to be put in that situation when my babies were growing up.
Me too.
Actually, The thumbnail has cut off some of the image. Here is the full footage. Let's count the balloons.
That's Dawn and Candace.
That's the correct number of balloons. These people are fucking insane.
Why are they nitpicking? Oh my.
Because they're crazy. Just
they
like that
cropped the
lady.
photo.
It's just like that
They cropped
lady
the
that
photo and they kept trying to say she doesn't. They don't even know the day of their kid's birthday. They don't even know their own kid's day birthday. It's fucking horrible, man.
It's like that lady that puts her head on different kids' bodies and stuff. People do really weird shit with this case.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, bro! I just died. Hold on. Benny was like, "What the fuck, Prayer Garden? Why you keep putting fucking heads on top of someone else's or her head off of these bodies? What are you fucking doing?"
It's crazy.
Look, I
had,
fucking died laughing. He's like, "Creep factor 5,000 or something."
It is. She had like baking
like-
cakes and cookies and all sorts of stuff.
Yes, and you know what she said? She's like, "Well, what does it matter if you were never a little girl? You don't know how important it is how a little girl." I'm like, "What the fuck? She will never see your little creative fucking costumes that you put her head on." Like, she'll
I
never.
guarantee you, if she does, when she's older, she's gonna look at that and be like, "That bitch is creepy. Thanks for looking for me, everybody, but not you, lady. You're weird."
Well, and she makes up so many lies. Like, it's. Oh my god, it's
How do people do that with this
lies
great
that comes
face?
from her. And she's one of those that fights with Dawn, and she really like she wanted her some Dawn for real. She wanted her some Dawn. She was just talking to him the other day, like, "Oh my gosh, like I'll put it on real quick, and you can." She'll cuss your ass out in a New York second while she's praying to the Lord. Shit.
Donna, you're right. They did spread their share of misinformation.
Yeah, but she's a sexy little bitch.
According to her.
Who is Prayer Garden?
She said she was a sexy little bitch. Somebody that I fucking died. Yeah, Donna, don't get me wrong. The Wells definitely, they themselves did share some fucking misinformation, and they did fuck with YouTubers, and they did some dumb shit.
Yep.
They really did. But you know what I'm saying? Like I said, they're dealing with the whole fucking tragedy, and their fucking daughter's gone. Their boys got taken. I don't give a fuck what you think of them. Nobody deserves to have their kids yanked from them. Nobody deserves to have a fucking their child, go missing and not know where their baby's at. That's a whole different fucking ball game right there.
I can't speak on them, but some people do deserve to have their kids yanked from them. But it's never the ones that need to be yanked. They always
Not fucking kidnapped and fucking taken to where you don't know where they are and shit. Hell, fuck no. I'm not saying they don't deserve to be taken or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, nobody deserves to have their kid kidnapped and, go to bed wondering.
Oh, I thought you meant CPS. I didn't know you meant the kidnapping. I thought whenever you said that, you meant CPS.
No, because, I know that they do some fuck shit, and I know that they've pulled some bullshit. I know they've lied. I know they've fucking made up stories, and you know what I'm saying? I know they fucked with people.
Dawn got arrested once?
Fuck once, girl. Shit.
I just remember there being a Dawn got arrested debacle.
Yeah, he did.
They got him arrested.
No, but like before he ever actually got
Well,
arrested.
he was drunk as fuck. I think he got himself arrested. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I know, but there was contributing,
right.
I would say contributing factors.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, they might have got his ass pulled over. That's when they were fucking with him, wasn't it? Wasn't that when they were down there fucking with him?
I don't know, but I know that people said they called and reported it because he was out drunk driving.
Oh well, then
no, he was on Doug's live
from his car,
and Chris and Josh were on there.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And then he went and he drove.
It was Chris and his grandson Josh.
Yeah, it was Chris.
Voices,
No fucking figure. It was Chris.
Chris is a dickhead.
All right, I'm playing the rest of this so we can put Don up real quick.
Sorry, guys. I aim to please.
But stop.
Let's look at how many balloons there are. Hopefully that helps clear things a little, as I'm sure people wouldn't want to be spreading false information, especially on such a sensitive day.
Absolutely, baby. See, I like AF Pennington. I really like her stuff, and I think she does an amazing job editing. She does an amazing job with her stuff. You know what I mean? Like, and explaining stuff, and
Yeah.
Kraken Case really edited his stuff out because he was dropping N bombs left and fucking right over there. Let's see here.
I know he did it on Dolly's stream once.
Yeah, which I mean, Cam and Allie don't get down like that. They never have. They never will. They're not. You know what I mean? They've never been racist on here. They're not. They don't get down like that.
Yeah. No, me neither.
So, okay, they probably deleted the live stream, didn't they? Is it down? Is it gone? I'm looking. I can't find it. Deets, is it gone?
Oh, probably. Let me see.
It might be up. Yeah, it's up. Matter of fact, here. It's definitely up. See, okay. I didn't think I couldn't see it at first, and I didn't think Cam left it up. But I mean, like I said,
already edited it. He probably just.
Yeah, he probably did. Yeah. I mean, shit, he might have. I don't know, but here, I'll pop this up real quick. Listen to how he was. This is what his third panel last night. There's his second one. I don't know. He was on 2 or 3.
No, this is where he ended. So this is the end of the night.
Oh, fuck. Okay. All right. So Dolly's where he started, and then Prayer Garden, and then here.
No, I don't know where Prayer Garden was, but I know it was like Josh, Dolly, here. I don't know if Prayer Garden was before Josh or not. I didn't watch him on that one.
Yeah, he was on like 3 or 4, or maybe 5. Fuck, he was on 4 or 5 panels.
I only saw Dolly's.
He circled around quite a bit. He was. All right, here we go. I'll play a little of this.
Of his heart, trying to calm her down.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna condemn
of officers. Now, on the Wells family.
Shit, man.
I'll let you go.
No, we're good.
All right.
So I can't really speak it on that.
Or just to your whereabouts, if it be the latter, and it's like, I know that you said that it was this playing house.
Man, you can't clear it up with these people.
Well, I'm trying, bro. That's what I was
No,
trying.
I appreciate it, bro. Don't get me wrong, but it's just bullshit. And they're trying to focus the attention on themselves and take it away from my daughter, which is bullshit. And they can take it and stick it where the sun don't shine.
And there's Don Wells.
I clearly agree that nothing that happened in your childhood needs to be involved in Summer's.
Yeah, I'm done with that bullshit.
So,
if you back it up and listen closely into what Candace says in the background, when he says, it's a lie, I've tried to clear it up, Candace says, no, it's not.
What's a line that he's trying to clear up? I don't know what you mean.
In that clip that you just played, back it up just a couple seconds, maybe 30 seconds.
It's well, this ain't a clip. This is on the live. This is Cracking Cases live. Oh, okay, baby. I thought you meant I was playing clip.
No, on this, back it up and listen to what Candace says in the background, about 30 seconds.
Okay, I got it. I think I got it. Shit, I might be a little bit off, but
that's okay.
Let's do this then while you're up here. So I've got my map up right here. I wanted to go over just exactly what they searched. So because people weren't clear.
Bro, they had helicopters flying in the area. They had airplanes flying for like 2 weeks straight.
Right, on the first search. The first search was 13 days, right?
Yeah.
And then they waited. There was what? How many months in between till November? So there's June, July, August, September, October, November. That's in 5 months, the end of November, before anything else came for 2 months. But they said they did 4.6 miles in those 13 days.
They probably did a lot more than that.
Well, this is what I'm just reading what TBI put out for Summer's 7th birthday. That's what they said.
Well, you got to figure they had that airplane up in the air for a long time.
Say the point where they're searching from. So if you go, I'm gonna make,
Oh, you got it. You got it. You got it.
measure a distance of.
Am I close to it, or is that when she starts hollering in the back, or what?
It was when he was explaining about playing house. It was to the allegations. Cam had said, I'm trying to clear them up for you. It's what you hear Candace say in the background.
All right.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see.
Everybody in Kingsport seen that airplane circling all night long for weeks on end.
Right.
And not only did it have infrared technology in that airplane, but all kinds of other technology that airplane had in it.
Yeah, go ahead.
They had like all kinds of military technology in that airplane that I don't even understand.
She's on the phone. Never
they
mind.
spotted everything that they could with
It
that
sounds
airplane.
like she's having an unrelated.
So this is like this right here. I think 1.5 miles.
Okay, I apologize. It sounds like she's having an unrelated conversation.
Yeah, I was gonna say she was talking to somebody back there. I just couldn't figure out what the hell and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Is she talking to somebody?
Phone, it sounds like. Yeah.
Yeah. Am I talking to somebody else when?
I had my earbud in my right ear and I could hear it was just the timing of all of it. I went back and I re-listened. I am incorrect. She was legit talking to somebody on the phone.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward. This is just a pinch, and then we'll put on a different one.
Is
for
wow.
about 14 days straight.
Is it true? Is it true that they did an officer try to bring Candace a bottle of liquor?
You know what? I'm not going to sit there and condemn that officer for bringing my wife a bottle of liquor. I'm not going to do that.
Well, I'm not saying condemning. I'm not saying
he did it out of the kindness of his heart, trying to calm her down.
What officer gave her liquor?
I don't know, but that's weird.
The first night that Summer went missing, one of the officers brought, because they wouldn't let anyone in and out of Ben Hill, you know.
Oh, this is okay.
Candace,
this is way back thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought they were talking about like right, you know what I'm saying? Like right now, like
right.
why, you know, okay. Thank you for clearing that up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I'm not going to.
I didn't ask that. I didn't ask that condemning. I was just saying if that was true or false because there's been a lot of speculation.
I'm going to say it's false for his protection. Okay. But yeah, he did do that. He did do that, but he did it out of the kindness of his heart. So that's a big difference.
Okay. Well, that clears that up too. There was some people wanted to know what the reason was if he did it just to be
because he had the heart. That's why he did it.
Here's a good question for you, Don, that people need to know because there were so many naysayers out there saying you didn't go search for Summer and this. Is it true that you went down to Light Hollow to go look for Summer and they threatened?
Yeah, it's true. I went down there with my fucking rifle. Fuck yeah, I did.
Did they threaten? They threatened harm on you when you went down there, didn't they?
You damn right they did.
Okay, because see that there's a lot of people that said this. I wanted to make this very clear because I knew that you did go and look for Summer in places and.
See, I know Cam like searched a lot. You know what I mean? He's been involved with this for a while, and
Cam and Allie are very good people, and Cam has done a lot. He has a lot of hours personally invested. Cam's Cam is to Summer what I have been to Chance's case. So I get it. I understand why he's attached to it.
Well, yeah, and I mean him being there, and you know, he lives there. That's his, you know what I'm saying. I don't know. I feel like he's tried to. He's trying to figure things out with Don. You know what I mean? Like he's trying to get Don to listen, and pay attention, but he just.
I agree. I agree. I think Cam and Ellie have learned a lot since all of this started. I think that they've never lost sight of Summer's best interest, trying to keep the case out there.
Right.
And they too have been personally affected by the same crew that has attempted to harm this case. So
yeah, I watched that. I watched her fucking ass go up there and talk all that shit and run her fucking mouth. I'm glad Chasing went up and put her in her place.
Well, you do know that they ended up with like a CPS call and all of that as well. Yeah, they had their whole life messed
up. Live or something, or what? What do you mean?
Well, since this all started, since they've been involved on Summer's case, they've also had CPS in their lives because of the YouTube crap. So I mean, it's one of those things that like you want to give your case your all, and then all this other crap happens just because you're trying to have the best interest. I've always seen Cam and Allie be very fair, be very non-biased, and always open, and always thinking or willing to entertain other thoughts. I personally have always stuck with, where did the dogs lead? The dogs led her scent down the way. So that tells me that, and then her scent ends. That tells me that then she was picked up in a car, or picked up in a vehicle of some sort. I would have liked to have seen more dogs in there. I would love to have seen more dogs in there, but it is what it is.
In there. They had a ton of dogs in there, and we don't know how old her scent could have been. You know, it could have been an older trail too. So.
Well, and I meant early on.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, see, that whole trail thing, you know what I mean? It just, I don't know.
Yeah. But I do believe, I mean, I do believe they did find that trail, because I believe Dave Rader.
There's a third victim.
No, you're lying.
No, I'm not lying. No, I am.
Hold on, Don. Go to the bathroom, and I'll bring you back in just a second. We'll let you do your thing, and we'll bring you back in just 1 minute. All right. So.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Absolutely right, Don. I'm not one to try to dig up into people's past and things like that, because that don't really have nothing to do with the day that transpired that your little daughter went missing.
I really don't.
Now, I was listening to what you said on the lab, and you said there was some things happening in that house you was unaware of before you got there.
I'm gonna tell you something, okay? When I went into that household, when my parents got divorced, okay.
Okay, so this is when he left the lab, right? Which is what we watched with Heels. So he left the lab and then went to Dolly's. So that's why he's piggybacking off of this right now.
Yeah, and he comes in hot.
Yeah, he does. That's why I put this on real quick. But I gotta stop because he will strike me. So I don't want to. You know what I mean? I have to stop every few seconds and talk over it.
I don't know how many. Let's see. There's like 8 brothers and sisters in that household. You know, I went to live with my dad because I love my dad. You know, and my dad got my stepmom, and that's all cool and everything. I wanted.
All right, I don't know what he's about to be talking about, but it sounds like he's about to get into his past. So if that's the case, trigger warning. I just want to let y'all know he does. You know what I mean? It's about SA, and Don's very vulgar, so he will just blurt right out that she was grabbing my and stuff like that. So he doesn't really filter very well. Just as a heads up for those who don't know Don Wells, just want to give you a little bit of a heads up.
To be with my dad, of course. Any boy would want to be with his dad because that's how boys are. But I went into a situation where there was a lot going on there. I was dealing with a lot of stepbrothers and sisters. They want to act all innocent and everything, but there was a lot going on there, you know.
I believe that. I believe there was a lot going on there in the house that he grew up in, that Don grew up in, and you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's how
it seems to be that it was, lots of kids, a lot of and they seem to be many years apart.
Well, not only that, but the touching stuff, I feel like that's like generational too, because a lot of them, you know what I'm saying? I feel like it's generational, and they grew up at, you know what I mean? And his dad maybe grew up having that done to him, and then he did that to his kids, and then his kids, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
I agree.
It also makes me wonder, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like Don tells the truth especially when he's drunk, because it blurts right out. He's not even able to process enough to lie. He doesn't, you know what I'm saying? He's not able to think fast enough to tell a lie when he's drunk like that. So that's what it sounds like to me, in my opinion, though,
I can agree with that, Queen. I mean, it's kind of, that lines up with everything we've seen.
Yeah, we got no sound now.
Sorry, baby. I'd let my dog in here real quick and then get her in her chair. Her old butt. She's my old boxer. I had to have my other boxer put to sleep, but this one's getting lazy too. So she's got her own chair out here with me. So she sits next to me.
And kids do stuff. We were all kids. I made mistakes. I realize that now.
Was there adults messing with them kids in that house, Don?
Okay, from what I understand, my brother-in-law from my oldest stepsister was molesting all of them kids.
Now, see, I knew there was a whole history of shit behind it, but I'm going to probably just fast forward through this to where he gets, you know what I'm saying? Because this is a whole lot. Y'all can go watch Dolly's live. Dolly went live 23 hours ago and shit. So go back and watch if you want to hear the rest of that and stuff, like his whole story. Go back and check that out on his channel and whatever. But I'm going to go ahead and skip through it, okay? Just,
Did you didn't hear that? Right? Did you see anything saying this? Josh ain't nothing but a little housewife. He watches his little friends. Well, I guess why his wife goes out and works,
and he has nothing better to do but be on the internet all day and be a little house bitch. He can fuck off too.
See, but you're mad at me not knowing. I'm watching the video. I don't know what's happening, Don. You know what I'm saying?
Cool.
I don't know what's happening with you.
Please stop. Please stop.
So yeah, so there's the start here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, look, I want to tell you happy birthday to your daughter.
She ain't here. Why you tell me happy birthday to my daughter? She ain't even here. Some other motherfuckers got her somewhere. So why are you telling me that? It ain't happy at all.
I agree with you. It's probably not happy. Okay, but it is her birthday.
Yeah, it's her birthday. We don't even know if she's live or dead. Nobody gives a flying fuck.
I feel like that's his, like, he's, you know what I'm saying? He's angry and he's hurt and it's hard, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like people, you know, he feels like people don't give a flying fuck. They care about clicks and views and their bullshit, and that's it. They don't care about Summer. They just care about what she's, you know, like Molly put it, her cash cow, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like he definitely knows that. He's very well aware of that, you know? And I know he knows that Dolly has said some real nasty fucking things about him. And he said some really nasty things about him touching Summer and stuff like that. And I feel like, Don, don't forget that shit. You know what I'm saying? He might not, you know, come out and say shit every single time, but catch him at the right time on the right day, and he might just spill it all and cuss everybody out. You know what I mean?
Right. And I feel like he is extremely angry and extremely bitter. He's, you know, almost 2 years without his daughter and no answers, nothing from law enforcement or anything like that. I'm not justifying it. I'm just
Yeah.
saying I understand it. It's not what I would do, but I do understand why he's lashing out that way.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I mean, I get it. It's tough, you know. And then he's blamed and he's been talked shit about and drug. And I mean, fuck, this happened for what, 30, what'd you say? What'd he say, 46 years ago? And, you know, pretty much his entire, you know, his daughter's missing case has revolved around something he did 46 years ago when he was 12. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like he's very fucking angry about it, and he has every right to be.
Well, and I agree with Cappy too. He has helped cause this turmoil. Like he absolutely has. It's probably another thing that's making him angry. I'm sure he knows he's done stuff to.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I mean, shit. He fucking. I mean, come on.
He knows.
Fuck yeah, he does. And they know what the fuck they did. I mean, come on.
Y'all want to talk about all this drama with my stepsisters and everything else? It ain't nothing about Summer. You just
I
want
don't
to
care
keep the
about
drama
that.
going.
I don't care.
Why
about
would you
that
even
stuff.
play the lab's bullshit on your fucking channel?
Because I didn't know what it was about, Don. I'm sitting here telling you, I didn't know what y'all talked about. They said, "Hey, Don."
Oh, voices might have jumped down or lost her thing. Anyhow, though, he's all pissed off, but I feel like he feels like him and Dolly are like besties. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I think he says that too. But I do want to. Chasing just said it today on her live about the whole Dawn wants money thing, because she, and so I trust her. I know
Yeah,
Queen
fuck
does
that.
too.
I don't think that, you
But
know what I mean? You know, fucking money. You know what I'm saying? He needs to stop.
yeah. Well, what Chasing said was that he didn't ask her for money. He just said, "This is what I need to do. I need to get like $10,000 to try to get a lawyer and get my boys back." But he didn't like come out and ask her to help him with that either. And she was just like, "Yeah, that's gonna be tough." So I don't know what he's done with other creators, but
What? What's up, Cap? What's up, baby doll?
What's up? He needs to sit the fuck down with this $10,000 for a lawyer. Because I'm gonna tell you what, girl.
Even if he had $10,000, that his CPS is not just gonna hand him them boys back over. I don't give a shit.
It's a Donwell scam. It's not to get the kids back. It's to get hookers and blow down in town. Okay, let's stop the cap. Okay.
We need, yes. I need my little soundbite with beats him. Stop.
Right, bitch. We need it. But no, I didn't mean to sound like mean in the chat. It's just that before I felt really bad for them, but now I'm like, they know better. They know. They definitely know better than to associate with YouTubers.
Here, you know what I mean? To come back on here, then they come back on your full fucking force. He jumps on everybody's pain. He jumps on. He looks like he went from the lab to Dolly to Prayer Garden to cracking cases.
And I feel like Candace was different though. I feel like Candace tried to take more of like an engaging approach, but he was very abusive to her online. He was really like exploitative to her online, and it always pissed me off, but I kind of gave him a pass because he was going through a lot of pain and maybe he didn't really know, but by this time I'm sure he's still in pain. I'm not dismissing that at all, but like, he knows better. Stay the fuck away from these people, Dawn. I don't feel bad for you anymore. You know better. At this point you want attention and money. I'm not stupid. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about it. It's just like, and I feel like Candace, like, she was kind of pushed into engaging with people on here, and that always kind of made me upset at him because I felt like he kind of like pushed her to do things, you know? Like, I always felt bad for her. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you feel like she pushed around?
Yeah, he was a member. Like, sometimes he was really fucking mean to her.
Oh, fuck right. Fuck right.
I did not like that. And like, some of the people liked it. And I'm like, why do you like it? That's not funny. Like, that's not funny that she's being abused. That's not cool. It's not cool for anybody. I remember who liked it too. It was stupid Molly.
Yeah, she's like, Don Wells, you should beat ass. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, why would you tell somebody to beat someone's ass? Like, seriously, stupid. Or I mean, like, a husband to beat a wife up. That's crazy.
Man, they, like I said, they wasn't ready for the internet. The internet was not ready for them. Shit.
Shit, no. Like, you know what? I never thought of it that way. The internet was not ready for them. Because with these cases, we usually didn't get, like, parents that cut up and get drunk on, like, live streams and shit. Like, that was something that they weren't ready for, and it made for content is basically what it came down to, you know? Which is sad, but it's just the way it was.
Come in my face.
Come in my face!
I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, one fucking toe.
Oh my god.
Like Dawn, okay, so like Dawn calling and telling lies to Mary, and then Mary calling and telling Chris that the cartel took what they say took Don Wells, and like she didn't know where he was, and all this fucking weird ass stupid shit. Remember that story?
Oh, yeah, that was Candace. Yeah, she called in.
Oh yeah, she owes him $80,000.
Right, like
the Mexicans are taking him to Mexico.
The Mexican mafia and all that stuff.
Yeah, I definitely believe that
she was definitely really crying in that voice, in that fucking recording. She was really crying, and that makes me wonder, because she can't be that good of an actress. I'm sorry, she just can't. It makes me wonder. I don't know. Do you think so?
Yeah, absolutely.
You think she could have just cried on command like that?
Yes.
Maybe.
She's a big comedian who can cut up. I think she can. And especially
maybe I need to stop the cap. Maybe I.
Yeah, need to like cap. We need to stop the cap because I think.
See, I still want to like simp for Candace a little bit though, like. But like, Don is just like really pissed me off lately with his like, oh, I'm just gonna come out of jail and talk to everyone now.
I can't stand Chris McDonough and what the fuck he did either, because his dumb ass.
Oh God, I can't stand that old man. He's so stupid.
I feel like he did that deliberately with Don's sister. You know what I mean? To make people buy that.
Of course he did.
Like 7 people, and then he's trying to get information about a victim online. Like, come on, man, what the fuck are you doing?
Of course he did. Yeah, Chris McDonough is such a like. He makes like ex-law enforcement look so bad on, because there's like a whole community of ex-law enforcement that has YouTube channels. You know what I mean? Yeah. And he makes them look really bad.
I don't think they really associate.
I don't. Yeah, they don't claim him. I don't think.
I don't think so either.
He's such a joke. Yeah. Is this Deets on here with us?
Yeah. I think I just have more. I don't even want to say sympathy because I don't have sympathy for Don. Don't misconstrue that. I can, feel a way about how he's acting in a certain instance and not have sympathy. But I think I lean a little more towards believing him just because imagine how hard it would be, and I'm surprised they're still together, but imagine how hard it would be to know your daughter went missing with the other spouse, you know? And I'm sure there's a lot of
Yeah.
deep-seated anger and resentment towards that.
Oh, I'm
It
sure.
doesn't make it right. Doesn't excuse it.
Well, no, but that's what I was saying earlier. I'm sure they fucking, especially when they were drinking, I'm sure they were boxing and fighting and every fucking thing else. I said, I'm sure they were probably having knockdown dragouts and shit over that,
Yeah, I bet.
When Josh kept
I
saying,
bet.
blame Candace, blame Candace, blame Candace. Well, fuck, I'm sure he has. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure she's taking the blame a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, we don't know what happened. And they are technically like victims. I don't know. I wonder. I still wonder what happened though.
I think, well, we all do. We all are going to. I think there's a lot of trauma there that they both need to get into some serious.
I mean, when I saw the
therapy.
first interview though, like I was just like, oh Jesus Christ, like that's super sus. Like, I just think that I don't know, they just don't mesh with media, don't do interviews well, I guess. You know what I mean?
See, I give Candace a pass on that interview, which is kind of funny that you find it cringe. Because
see, I used to not give Candace a pass and give Dawn more of a pass, and then I flipped it.
Well, I just feel like when she had that interview, I would have been extremely heavily medicated too if my kid was missing.
Oh, girl, I would
Just
be off
saying.
the wagon so fast. Oh my god.
I'd be in a ball in the corner forever. Like,
yeah, I would be emotionless, I'm sure. Like pumped full of Xanax and freaking heroin or some shit. I don't know.
I don't even know.
Something to make it so you didn't have to feel, because I couldn't imagine, dude.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine. Fucking
And
listening
if they
to
had
whatever.
nothing to do with it, then if we look at it through that lens, what's that look like with their behavior? You know, it's two extremely broken individuals.
Well, yeah, and I feel like they both went through, being essayed like different, because she claims he's, you know what I'm saying? Like he went through the shit he went through. That, you know what I mean? Like like I said, like we talked about generation, like it come, like
generational abuse for sure. Yeah, like
for sure.
And I mean, it's like written all over them. Like you can see it like it's, I don't know.
I wasn't laughing at that. I was laughing at Beast.
No, I know you were.
Yeah, I would have to be heavily on heavy narcotics if I was married to Tom too.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, Candace has really good eyebrows and high cheekbones. Like, I see beauty in her. And I don't know.
I guess I just see a pain in Dawn. Like, you see a beauty in Candace. I see a pain and he's lashing out with it. But we could both be wrong.
I feel like, I don't know. Like, I used to feel that way until, like, the abusiveness started to, like, show in him. And then I was just like, oh, he's an abusive motherfucker. That's what that is. Because I've never seen either one of them cry until they got locked up and shit. That was, like, also, like, kind of problematic. I was just like, whoa, like, that's weird. But me and Queen were on a call with her one night. And, man, that broke my heart.
Yeah.
It really did.
I bet.
She was crying. It was really sad, you know?
I've heard others have that same experience with her, so.
And
are you talking about when we? Sorry, I had to come.
When we talked to her that one time, and it was just like, wow, like it was just, I don't know.
Yeah, she thought she was up on a panel, and I said, "No, baby, I'm not. I would never put this on a panel." Girl, she sat back here and she was 3 sheets to the wind, but she bawled and bawled and bawled and bawled.
Yeah.
Talking about stuff that, you know what I mean, like with Summer and
a lot of pain in the boys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like really sad. Because you look at, like, you know, they might be dysfunctional and I hate to do this because I've said things to people that use this as an example, but their family pictures look like they would go out and have fun and do things, and there seemed to be like something that might have happened in those family pictures, like things started to look kind of different. And I don't know, like maybe they were getting close to breaking up or something, and like because their whole family and their whole life has been very like under the microscope, and I don't want like I hate to be part of that, but they seem to be like a really like going out and doing stuff, you know what I mean, and like living what somewhat of like a normal life and shit, and I don't know, people like degraded the fuck out of them though, like so bad.
Yes.
Like
yes,
it was so hard to watch.
all I keep thinking is the boys, they're you know what I mean, they're gonna grow up here in a few years, they'll be 18 and be moving out, and
The older ones have probably already seen so much online.
right.
That
another thing
breaks
too.
my heart.
Honestly, like I feel bad to say this, but I kind of like feel like they've seen a lot of things, and not that makes it okay, but I just don't think that it would be super shocking, but it's still not okay. Like it's just not okay to degrade anybody like that, like and saying that I wonder if this was that stupid Snuffleupagus Queen. There was this one chick that used to go in Brooks Ann's chat and accuse Candace of cannibalism and accuse her of like eating. Members, it makes me think now that it was that same bitch that would say that during this Quentin Simon case. Like, who thinks of things like that? What's wrong with your fucking brain?
It's like that. What's that channel? WCIA or something.
Oh, that weirdo whack job.
Yeah.
Bitch, I swear to God, listen to this. Okay.
I think Summer's a fake person or a lizard person.
Yeah, or in the box under the bed. Anyway, like seriously, I'm not laughing. It's not funny, but like she's so ridiculous. Like the absurdity of it makes me laugh because, like, it's ridiculous. Murray and Queen dropped her link in our group chat. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll go over there and chat, thinking that she was a normal fucking person. And I'm like, hey, what are we looking at, guys? And because she's like moving the camera around and looking at the shadow angles and all that weird stuff she does. And I'm like, what are we trying to look at, guys? Like, I'm talking normal and shit. And they're just like, you don't know what we're looking at? Like, they were super rude to me and then they blocked me. And I was just like, oh, sorry, God, fucking weirdos. And Murray's like, I didn't warn you, sorry.
I just sent you here.
I bet we are still blocked too, Murray. I bet we are.
We probably all are. Shit.
That bitch hated us. She was crazy. And then remember she got into it with Trisha Linda Tina. Fucking Missing But Not Forgotten.
That was another one that accused everybody of trafficking and all kinds of shit.
Man, she was a nut job.
Is she still around or is she gone?
She's on TikTok, I heard. Somebody in the chat a couple weeks back told me, like, yeah, she's resurfacing. And I'm like, what? Oh, God.
Like, brace yourselves.
That bitch was cracking the case, y'all. She was always talking to the FBI. She had connections, y'all. My family is police. Fucking A, dude. I can't with her. That dumpster fire clip that I used in the videos I made about her, that should be a soundbite. Hey, y'all, the dumpster's on fire. Oh, my God. Man, when I was making those videos, bitch, I went over to her Facebook, and that was like a treasure trove of, like, material. Like, I don't think I've ever done a video on somebody that made it so easy. Ever. Ever, ever.
You just find the clips instantly.
Like, I mean, her family's law enforcement, right? So I'm looking at her Facebook, and what she did was she tagged her. The only family member she tagged to go after Beanie, was somebody whose avatar was a picture of his in his prison cell. So I was like, wait a minute, I thought your family was police. Like, and so yeah, she was. There was all kinds of stuff over there. Like, she got in a fight with some girl, and some girl spray painted her truck, and just like, I didn't even. There was so much. There was so much I couldn't even include everything in my video. Like, so much drama she has with her local people, dude. Oh my god. It was crazy.
Wait, she's the one. Sorry, she's the one who had the like the cops come to the door, or was it a pizza delivery or something?
Some guy. Yeah, it was pizza deliveries, which I think she was calling. And then on her camera, there was some guy that like clearly was not stalking her, and she said that I think Jose knows him because he was Latino, like all Latinos know each other or something.
Oh yeah, some random guy she just put on here. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? I'm like, dude.
Oh my god! And he's like there for like 5 seconds, and she tried to tell everybody he was there for 20 minutes, and she tried to like loop the camera link. Like, no, bitch, he's there for like.
Remember when she started talking shit to herself about her son that passed, and out it was herself. She screenshotted the fucking screenshot and didn't crop it, and she was talking to herself.
I think it might have been A.F. Pennington or I don't know, somebody caught on to that and then, put it out everywhere, and then she tried to frame Lippy for it. Right before they exposed her for that. And that was the whole reason why I made the video, because I felt so bad for Lippy that she was like that there was even like a couple people that believed it. There was like a good 20 people in her chat that were like, oh my god, Lippy's horrible. Like, because what she did was she picked up the phone. She's like, you want to know who made that comment, y'all? Here she is. And she just pulled up Lippy's YouTube and like showed it. And
wasn't she like,
oh my god,
like dancing on a live and saying people were like copying her dance moves live or something? I can't remember.
Yeah, everybody's stealing her TikTok dance moves.
She had a TikTok, but she kept saying Benny was like trafficking kids, and that, you know what I'm saying, just the dumbest shit ever. You know what I mean? And then she wondered why people were fucking with her, and I'm like, because you're out here fucking doing the stupidest shit you can do. Why would you even say stuff like that? Like,
bitch, remember she changed her like channel name like every day for a week, 1 week.
All of you haters.
Yeah, haters.
Like, damn.
It was like one of the channel name changes was like a paragraph. It was like, all you haters want to see me go down. I'm leaving the drama.
Then she put that picture of that guy like over the top of that girl in the bed, and then tried to say I believe she tried to say it was Summer. She thought it was. Yeah, it was so fucking stupid. Oh my god, I remember that.
Yeah, that person on YouTube, like they had like a weird looking like Facebook, but she was saying that he was photoshopping Summer's eyes into all the supermodel pictures that he had up, and also that little still frame of that adult movie. She said, yeah, he put Summer's face on that girl's body. That's a little girl. And then she changed the story. That's a little girl in that bed. And she'd go back and forth, and yeah, she was crazy, dude.
People need help.
She was wild. I mean, like, literally, like, wake up in the morning, she'd be live. I'd hit up Queen. Our girl's live. Let's go. Trisha, what's up, Trisha?
Oh, fuck. Here we go. Take off. Let's see what she's talking about today.
Oh, my God. I can't. Dude, the lies. The endless lies.
Look, and she'd sit down in her chair, and she'd get back up, and she'd sit down, and she'd get back up, and then I got to go out here and blow my nose. And then instead of just blowing her nose, she'd walk out and go in the other room, blow her nose, and come back. And
blow her nose. Quote unquote.
I remember that. Yeah, I do now.
Remember that one time somebody's all like, hey, I think there's someone in the vent, and that bitch literally was looking like somebody was in the vent and shit. I think not really recently, but like a month or two ago, she said, like, I don't know, I just saw something like, my daughter's missing, y'all. My oldest, she's 18, and somebody was like, no, she's not. She's just not talking to you. Like, I don't know if how true that was or what, but I'm sorry, but the amount of crazy lies that she told, it's hard to believe her, because I could picture her setting something up like that, you know?
Yeah.
Which sucks, because you want to believe somebody if they say something like that. You know, in the drama community a couple years back, there was a girl that faked her daughter missing to get GoFundMe.
Oh.
And she got busted the fuck out, and because her daughter was 18, and like somebody looked into it. Her daughter was 18, and on her 18th birthday, like there was a police that escorted her in to get her things out, and she moved in with like the other parent or whatever. And this girl knew this, and somebody busted her out for it, and it was just like, people will do anything, like literally anything, to get attention and money and shit, you know?
I just feel like there's other ways or other things you could be doing, you don't need to throw your kid under the bus like that.
You would think, right? You would think.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. Wild ass fucking housewives around these parts.
Allegedly, the knitting community is pretty insane, I hear.
I mean, every community, I think it's just groups of humans, and specifically females, like, their drama just seems to be a little different than, like, more male-dominated communities. Like the prison community has mostly men, and they, don't get me wrong, they have drama, it's just different, you know? It's not as, like, they don't try to, like, ruin you in that community. But for some reason, you get together with a bunch of housewives, it's going to be hell on earth sometimes. Or it can be, you know?
Mm-hmm. I think I'm gonna hop down. I'm ready for bed, y'all.
I know.
Midnight out here.
Falling asleep.
Shit, we've been on here, what, about 4 hours, baby? I know I'm tired as shit.
Start snoring.
Shit. All right, y'all. I love y'all. I'll holler at y'all
Yeah.
tomorrow. Good night to everybody.
Night.
Good night. Bye. Love y'all. Bye.
Bye.